This is how they've been playing to win with the home run bats of these three guys, and they've hit 63 now total, second in the majors, Plummer.
Yeah, these guys are doing a good job, and I think the comparison to the Astros of last year is a really good comparison, not only because these guys are driving the ball out of the ballpark, a lot of their runs being produced via the long ball, but they added a guy like Mark Trumbo, signed him early, got him into spring training. He is comfortable, and you know Buck Showalter likes having a veteran bat like that in the lineup. But these guys are driving the ball with those runs being produced. And the similarity to last year's Astros, the pitching staff for Baltimore is doing a phenomenal job too.
So that's the challenge as the Astros take on the team with the best winning percentage in the American League. But it's been nothing but challenges here the last several weeks, as you guys well know, Kevin and Art.
Yeah, I think that's what a big part of it is. And if you hear some of the things that AJ has been saying in some of the interviews he's talking about, he's always talking about the swing and miss problems the Houston Astros are having. They're chasing a lot more pitches. George Springer, we know, has prodigious pop, but he's been taking some big swings lately, and I think AJ is going to move him into that top spot and try and have him tone things down a little bit, because when he was going good last year, he was driving the ball up the middle the other way and having great swings. So I think maybe changing the lineup will change the approach, and getting Castro, who's been swinging a good bat too, move him up in the order so when these guys do get on, he can drive them in.
That's a point. And remember Kevin and Art last year when George Springer was going so well, he did hit leadoff quite a bit, and he would say after a successful run, if somebody asked him, I'm just trying to get to first base. I think that's the kind of mentality that works the best for George Springer. Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Lexus. The new 2016 Lexus ES and ES Hybrid. It's next level luxury. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide.
Back here in the ballpark where Astros fans have come to see their Houston Astros get back on track, opening up a series with the Baltimore Orioles. The offense of the Astros hoping to get things going, some changes there, and they're hoping to support their most consistent pitcher in the month of May, Doug Fister, on the mound. In moments, we'll break down his last 6 starts. Don't go anywhere. Astros baseball on Root Sports is coming up next. This season, and what a great pitching matchup we have tonight. And right-hander Chris Tillman, who's been pitching well for the Orioles, but he's facing Doug Fister, who's been the Astros' best pitcher here as of late, especially in the month of May with that 3.08 ERA for him this month. He's just been consistent, showing a lot of confidence, and you see the numbers from his last 6. He's had 6 straight quality starts. Every night you know what you're going to get from this guy. That's what's been key for this team as they look into tonight and the Orioles. Coming up, that start in Chicago is the video that you're looking at right there. He had 7 days between those starts. He went 6 1/3. He struck out 5 that night and got his 4th win on the season. He's been throwing more strikes as of late, and his off-speed stuff's been really effective. He's going to need it tonight against this Baltimore lineup. Some heavy hitters in this lineup for the Orioles, and his manager said today that that four-seam fastball sets everything up. He gets guys into swing mode. The curveball changeup have been very good for him, getting swing and misses. Guys, I'm going to toss up to you. Blummer, confidence with Doug Fister. How much does that help, just having that guy in the rotation who's going to feel good as he takes the mound?
It's going to be huge, and we know that the Astros in the past have relied on Dallas Keuchel, but it has turned into the Doug Fister being the stopper for this team. He's done a great job. He's only on a 1-year contract here with the Houston Astros, but worked his way into that rotation. He's done a great job. 6 straight quality starts. All the numbers that Julia was talking about have been great, but I agree as far as the fastball is concerned, that is the priority for him, is to have good fastball command on both sides of the plate to both right-handers and left-handers. That allows him to set up that breaking ball, which actually he is throwing more this year than he did all of last year, almost twice as much this year throwing that breaking ball, and it has been effective, as you saw in the highlights, getting some good Chicago White Sox hitters out.
So the big 6'8" right-hander just about ready to charge up those steps and out onto the mound. As the ground rules are being discussed here, Dana DeMuth is the home plate umpire, and Greg Gibson is the crew chief. He'll be at second. Buck Showalter there in his 18th season. as a major league manager. He's done quite a job with his Baltimore club. This is his 7th year at the helm of the Orioles, and he took the Orioles to their first postseason berth 2 years ago, and in 2012 rather, in quite a while, in the last 15 years. So now they're atop the AL East in percentage points, at least over Boston, with a .619 winning percentage, the best in the American League. And it's Doug Fister on the mound, warming up to face these Orioles, who are 26-16. The Birds have won 10 of their last 14. They just won 2 of 3 in Anaheim against the Angels. Facing a right-hander who's 4-3 with a 4.22 ERA. He's given up 6 homers, but in 4 starts this month, 3-0 with a 3.08 ERA. And he lost a couple of games at the beginning of this stretch of 6 straight quality starts, Plummer. 2-1 at Texas and 3-2 at Seattle, and just has consistently pitched well ever since his 2nd start of the year.
No, he's been great, and I'm not sure what we can attest it to, but I guarantee you it has a lot to do with his ability to command that fastball, because of Fister, we know he's not going to light up the radar gun at 90+ miles an hour, usually pitching around 87 miles an hour with that fastball, but the ability to create a good downward plane, because he's a tall guy at 6'8", but he also has good run, good sink on that fastball that doesn't allow you to square him up too easily from that height.
Here's Buck Showalter's lineup for the Baltimore Orioles. The leadoff man is left fielder Joey Rickard, a rookie who's done really well. It's Manny Machado, who's moved to shortstop with the injury to J.J. Hardy, batting 2nd. Adam Jones hitting 3rd in center field. The cleanup man is Texan Chris Davis at first base, with Mark Trumbo in right field. Matt Wieters the catcher, Pedro Alvarez the DH, Jonathan Scope at second base, Ryan Flaherty at 3rd. The pitcher is Chris Tillman, who's really been good at a 2.61 ERA for the season. And now Fister gets ready to go with Rickard the batter. Rickard just turned 25, and he takes ball 1. Rickard has a .314 on base average, 4 homers, 11 runs batted in. That's in for a strike, and it's 1-1. Rickard came in the Rule 5 draft in December from Tampa Bay, native of Las Vegas, who went to the University of Arizona. So in his first major league time, he really has created quite a splash. He reached base in his first 14 major league games this year. It's been a good table setter for the guys in the middle. That's a quick pace, and that's what we've seen from Fister this season, Jeff.
Yeah, he's not shy to grab that ball and go, and it seems like he's worked out a pretty good relationship with Jason Castro also, who's putting down signals. Not going to see Fister shake off too much. He's pretty much going to get the sign, grab the grip, and go.
He gets him to lunge at it, and he just got a tiny piece to stay alive at 2-2. Now, you talked about it earlier. That curveball has been so effective. Just about got a strikeout there for Doug Fister. Batting average against his curveballs .211. There's the breakdown on Rickard. He grounds that one just foul. Wide of third base. Colin Moran went over, and Colin Moran wouldn't have been able to prevent an extra base hit had that been fair.
Yeah, he's playing well off that third base line with the right-handed hitting Rickard up there. See him walking back to his position. 20 feet off that third base line.
Colby Rasmus is stationed well over into right center field. Rickard beats that one into the ground and fouls it. He played for 3 different minor league clubs last season. There's the turnaround in Doug Fister.
Not too shabby. Best part about it is the 3 wins, no losses. That ground ball percentage when his sinker is going well will hover right at that 55% mark.
In the air to shallow left. Carlos Correa out for out number 1 in front of the left fielder Tony Kemp. So Fister, after Rickard puts up a pretty good battle, gets him and moves along to face Manny Machado, one of the top players in baseball right now. And he has been for a while. 308, 12 homers, 26 runs batted in, 16 doubles for Machado, and a .610 slugging percentage. He had a 16-game hitting streak back in April. And the beauty of Manny Machado, as you have seen, Blummer, is he can move from playing a world-class third base over to shortstop and be a top glove man there too. J.J. Hardy's been out with a broken foot for a few weeks, and they haven't missed anything at shortstop. The issue is how much will they miss at third base trying to replace Machado at third.
Yeah, you do get an upgrade at shortstop, but like you said, kind of take a hit at third base as far as offense and defense.
1-2 to Machado. Man, just 23 years old. First round pick in 2010 from Miami. He was the third player drafted that year. That one got in on his hands.
It's a good spot from Pfister. We'll take a look at the strike zone, brought to you by MD Anderson. See that sinker running up and in. How about the velocity at 89 coming in the kitchen there too.
Off the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Orioles are 6th in runs scored in the American League. They're averaging 4.5 runs per game. And again, Machado looks at a close one. It's a full count now with Adam Jones on deck.
It's another good sign. Pfister not missing by much, staying off the edge just a little bit.
He started and then checked his swing. The appeal went to Jordan Baker, who rules it ball 4.
Tried to get him to fish at it. That 3-2 count.
Adam Jones comes up. The 30-year-old veteran, another excellent glove man. The center fielder at 238 with 5 homers, has 19 runs batted in, and he has hit Pfister well to the tune of 353. Jones was an all-star last year, hit 27 homers. That's one of those comeback sinkers that looks like it might be outside and then comes back to the corner against a right-handed batter.
It's tough as a hitter because you see it out of his hand and you recognize off the plate, but there's such good movement on it that it comes back over the plate.
Fouled away, and it's 0-2. Pfister is 4-2 in his career against this Baltimore club, but they know that. Pretty good looking seat.
It is a good seat.
First of 3 between these two, and then the Astros hit the road again. They go to Anaheim and Arizona on a 5-game trip. Altuve turning it, and it's 5-4-3 on the double play started by Colin Moran. Only 3 Orioles bat in the first, and Tillman takes the mound in just a moment. Now the Astros show you their starting lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. It is different for the second time this season. George Springer's in the leadoff spot. He's the right fielder, followed by Jose Altuve at second base, Carlos Correa at shortstop, Colby Rasmus in center field. Then we have Evan Gattis batting fifth and DHing. Jason Castro up to the number 6 spot as the catcher. Then Colin Moran at third base, Luis Valbuena at first, Tony Kemp in left field.
On the mound for the Baltimore Orioles, right-hander Chris Tillman making his 10th start on the season. He's got a great ERA at 2.61. That whip might be a little bit concerning at 1.61. Changing things around a little bit in this month. That 4-0 record. Got a good fastball. Pitches consistently with that pitch. Right around 91 to 93 miles an hour. Batting average against that fastball is 296. What you don't want to do is get to his secondary pitches where he is pitching extremely well with.
Sure is. George Springer gets it going. And ball one is way off the mark. 254 for Springer, 9 homers, 25 runs batted in, a 350 on base average though, and he's reached base in 13 straight games now. He was 2 for 12 in the Texas series. Astros have lost 4 in a row. It's 2-0, and Tillman wasn't close on that one either. And sometimes it's a case of pitching on an unfamiliar mound. But here at Minute Maid Park, in 2 starts, he's 2-0 with a 1.32 ERA. Springer puts it in the air, and that's out of play for a 2-ball, 1-strike count. So, as A.J. Hinch said, we had to do something, meaning now Springer's leading off, Altuve's batting second.
I think it's a good idea. We know how well George did hitting 297 out of that leadoff spot last year, but as you can see with that swing that he just took on a 2-0 count, that is a controlled, angry swing, and he has enough pop to where he doesn't have to create or generate that much pop. My goodness.
There's some pop. It's foul pop.
A little too quick pop, but again, he doesn't have to generate that much pop like some of us had to in our careers by taking these big, strong swings. When his swing is quick, he's got as much pop as anybody in this league.
48th game batting leadoff, 290 average, 374 on base percentage.
Great numbers.
And he does work the count pretty well when he is at the top of this lineup. Of course, he has been batting second, but it's a little different when you're the first guy up, Blummer.
Yeah, well, when you're hitting 2-hole, it depends on what the guy in front of you does. Jose Altuve, which has been getting on base quite a bit. Sometimes you sacrifice at bats to get them into scoring position. But out of that leadoff spot, you have one priority, and that's to find your way on base.
Off the plate, and now full count to Springer. Springer, during that streak of reaching base in the last 13 games, has 13 hits and 11 walks.
And he's got a great eye. We heard about the strike zone discipline before George got here, but now that we've had a chance to see him play over a couple years, you recognize that he's still got it.
Tap to third base. Short hop play for Flaherty, and he makes it well. One out. Orioles have played well with the gloves this year.
There's a nice play by Flaherty as you take a look at our Super Bowl. Brought to you by Mattress Firm. With that ball chopped the way it was, and as well as George Springer runs, third baseman had to charge that, made a good play on an in-between hop and a strong throw.
Well, Flaherty comes up with that one, and now Tillman moves along to face Jose Altuve, a 328 hitter with 9 homers, 27 runs batted in, ranking high still in all the major categories. Offensively, he's third in hits. And takes that one upstairs, ball 1. Altuve's third in total bases. He was 1 for 12 in that Texas Rangers series with an RBI. The Astros have hit 144 in their last 4 games.
It's not good, Brownie.
That is terrible. 2-0. They're averaging 4.0 runs per game, and for Tillman, that's the norm, is holding teams down. Opposing batting average in this ballpark, 174 against Tillman. Out to center field, Adam Jones. 2 outs. Tillman, quite a revelation right now. He's won his last 5 decisions. He won 6 starts in a row in 2013. He's had a 1.62 ERA in winning those last 5. He's 6'5". He was a second-round pick of Seattle in 06. Baltimore got him in a trade. The Eric Bedard deal. Against the changeup, he checks in at a 130 batting average this season. What an improvement from 2014 to this year.
I was saying even 2015, that 219, you can handle that, but it's gotten tremendous.
Carlos Correa looks at a breaking pitch up for ball 1. 253 for Correa, 7 homers, 20 runs batted in. He was 1 for 12 in the Texas series. It's 2-0 for the Astros, who have had better starting pitching by and large lately. Now it's turned on them offensively to the point that they lost 3 consecutive 2-1 games. Flaherty down on a knee. Makes it a 1-2-3 first. No score after 1.
And it's time to take a look at our Chevy Stroh poll. Make sure to head over to the Root Sports SW Twitter page to vote. It's a fun one. Which classic Astros uni is your all-time favorite? Is it A, the Colt 45s, B, the Shooting Stars, or C, the Rainbow jerseys? We want to hear from you. So get on Twitter and vote, and we'll tell you who wins later in the show. Guys?
What would your vote be, Julia?
That's tough. I love the Rainbows, but I think of Jimmy Wynn and that Shooting Stars, which I love too. It's just classic.
It is. Strike 1 to Chris Davis of Longview, Texas.
There it is. We know his vote.
Davis takes a look at a curveball. 1-1. Davis with 10 homers, 27 runs batted in, has a 237 batting average. Hit 47 bombs last year to lead the American League. That's in for a strike. That's going to be an interesting pitch to watch tonight, Blummer. The top of the strike zone on Chris Davis.
Yeah, big tall guy. Chris Davis loves that ball down. He can launch, get underneath that pitch with that big looping swing that he has. Has a tougher time getting that pitch up in the zone, but for Doug Fister, that's not a normal part of the zone for him to attack.
Now it's 3 balls, 2 strikes. You saw the numbers. Davis has done well against Fister. Davis has that uppercut swing. He can drive the low pitch a long way. He tops that one foul. And Davis, the former Texas Ranger, was drafted by them in the 5th round in 06. After going to the University of Texas, he also attended Navarro Junior College. He's had some big years, including 53 homers, 138 runs batted in 2013 for Baltimore. That's a walk. 26th of the year for Davis, 2nd of the night for Fister.
Looking at our Ford spray chart, we'll be talking about Mark Trumbo, who is due up. Swinging the bat really well this season. You can see this is against right-handed pitching. Trying to get in the kitchen of Trumbo, I wouldn't think about it because he is tearing the cover off the ball in that inside pitch. You can see what he's doing to it, driving it to center field and left field, which makes sense considering where those red dots are.
Trumbo looks at it. There's a fine pitch for strike one.
It's a good location to be in for Doug Fister.
Trumbo with 13 bombs has 31 runs batted in, a .918 OPS. Trumbo's 1 for 9 against Fister. Off the plate, 1-1, close one.
Good location though. Stay on that outer third. Clearly further out than the first pitch.
You say, with a little sarcasm. Chop slowly, Altuve with a flip. A stretch by Correa and safe at first. A slow developing play. It took 2 big bounces and then Altuve had the long flip to make. 4-6 force on Davis.
I'm with you, Brownie. That play took forever to unfold, didn't it?
Yes.
See the location on that? Down and away, good spot to be. Trumbo just pounds it into the ground, but 2 big hops. A couple of big men trying to run the bases too. Trumbo hustling all the way.
He went with the underhand flip that time.
Yeah, as a second baseman, you want to try and create your momentum going a little bit towards second base, get a little more oomph, I guess.
Okay.
It's a technical term on that throw.
It is technical. Here's a look. Why not the backhand flip?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because I think it kind of bounced about chest high. And sometimes you can catch it chest high, and it's much easier to make that backhand flip that you're talking about.
Well, maybe the way the ball was bouncing kind of fooled him a little bit.
Yep.
Think that's a possibility?
Yeah, sometimes you anticipate the hop being about chest high. It ends up about knee level, and then you got to go with the underhand. But again, make sure that first out.
Excellent point. Matt Wieters, the batter. Looking at a close one. It's 1-1. Wieters, the switch hitter, with those very good numbers. He's come back after taking that qualifying offer to be a big part of this ball club, and he's come back after Tommy John surgery at the end of 2014 season. Last year he had 258 at bats. The Orioles hope they can get him for a full season this time around, especially with the kind of start he's had. Had a sore elbow in spring training, but he has come out of the gate very well. Foul back 1-2. He really gives the Orioles a hard hitting catcher when things are right with Wieters. In 2012 he had 23 homers, 83 runs batted in. He's won a couple of Gold Gloves. He's been an All-Star 3 times. He was a first-round pick in 07 from Georgia Tech. Buck Showalter just turned 60 yesterday. 2-2 to Wieters. Seventh year as the Orioles skipper. It's been a good team with him and general manager Dan Duquette, and Buck 3-time manager of the year. Being with the Yankees in Arizona. Good changeup, and Wieters is down on first strikeout of the game for Fister.
It's a good pitch.
Might have been a curve, huh?
So that was a little bit sharper break to that breaking ball. Usually you see that nice big loopy one that seems like it takes forever to get there, but that one a little bit sharper break.
Yeah, that looked like the curveball, and Wieters is retired. Now it's Pedro Alvarez. 191, 2 homers, 9 runs batted in, only hitting 150 this month. He's another of the big sluggers in this lineup. Bangs that one off his leg, strike one. So Alvarez signed late as a free agent. He signed in March. And in 6 major league seasons, he has a .441 slugging percentage, including 36 homers in 2013. So if he gets it cranked up, it sounds like it's going to be bombs away at Camden Yards this summer.
Yeah, the signing of Pedro Alvarez is only one thing, and that is to slug the baseball.
0-2. Alvarez is 29 years old now. He was high draft choice of the Pirates in 08, second player drafted that year. And along the way, he developed throwing problems.
Also known as the Thing.
Yeah.
Nice try. All right, good boy.
1-2. Well, the Orioles can just use him as their DH. Maybe play an occasional first base and probably be able to deal with that quite well.
I think that's a good idea.
Good stop by Castro. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Orioles do not run. They have attempted 6 stolen bases, or they have 6 in 12 tries, so only 50% of the time they've been successful.
Got that old school mentality, station to station.
Well, the way they can mash, you can understand that kind of an attack. You know, we've been looking and talking quite a bit about strikeouts in the game. And for Buck Showalter's club, like the Astros, really based on hitting home runs to score runs. It's getting more and more that way for a lot of teams in baseball.
Toronto Blue Jays come to mind.
Sure. 3-2 with 2 outs. The runner takes off, and it's ball 4. That's 3 walks for Pfister. Jonathan Scope will be next. Scope is a good young player at second base. Starting the night at 270 with 8 homers, 25 runs batted in. In the last 10 games, it's been .353 for Scope, who was born in Curacao. 24 years old. Strike with Flaherty on deck. The Orioles have a team batting average of .288 with runners in scoring position.
It's a beautiful number for Buck Showalter.
Yeah, they're in a favorable position right now. Their pitching, as far as starting pitching, is not great, as you pointed out. Hitting well with 2 outs and runners in scoring position at .261. They field well. Their bullpen has been really good. Giovanni Gallardo is on the disabled list right now. They get him back pitching the way he has in his best years. It could be a fun summer in Baltimore. 1-2 for Pfister. Pfister is after career win number 70. He's 1-1 at home with a 5.21 ERA at Minute Maid Park. Hit hard into right field. Springer comes up with it. Stop sign at third. The throw to the plate cut off, and the bases are loaded on the Scope single.
With Trumbo being held up at third base, we're going to take a look at our Luxus defensive ranking system. You can see Tony Kemp out there in left field. Still being tested because he's a rookie. Colby Rasmus, good range, good arm, good accuracy. And George Springer, also another athletic outfielder who goes and gets the baseball, especially in run scoring situations. See it right here. Charging hard. He has a good arm, and he puts himself in a good position to make that throw, too. Also fundamentally sound, hitting the cutoff man.
Ryan Flaherty's the batter. Ball 1 to Flaherty, a .204 hitter, looking for his first RBI of the season. A handyman who's getting this extended playing time now, with Machado having moved to shortstop to replace the injured J.J. Hardy. Flaherty's played 21 games this season, and 2 of them have been at first, 16 at third. He's played some right field and some left field. Fouls that one away, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, you pointed out the throwing arm situation for the Astros, and I think we just saw that with that hard hit ball by Scope to Springer. I think a lot of third base coaches with 2 outs would go ahead and send the runner, but Bobby Dickerson, in recognition of A, the fact that the ball was hit hard, and B, the arm of Springer did not want to bring Trumbo home.
Yeah, that combination mixed in with Trumbo, who's not exactly a burner at second base, even with 2 outs, getting a good jump on that ball, didn't want to force the issue.
In for a strike, it's 1-2.
But I agree, early on in the game, sometimes those third base coaches will force it, see if the defense is going to step up and make the play.
The Orioles were a .500 club last year. They finished 12 games out. Strike 3 call, and Pfister works around 2 walks and a single in the second inning to keep the game scoreless. And continues for a couple more nights of this Baltimore series. And the Astros and Orioles are meeting for the first time this season. Colby Rasmus is first up in the bottom of the second inning. He brings an 8-game hitting streak into this one. A .238 average with 8 homers, 31 runs batted in. Good productive year for Colby. The shift is on. There's the way the Orioles line up on that right side of the infield. Colby takes ball 1. He's a .261 lifetime hitter against Chris Tillman. Tillman overall 2-2 against Houston with a 2.45 ERA. Colby rips a line drive, and it's caught by Davis.
Colby's never going to be a good real estate agent. Evan Gaddis showing power at the plate, brought to you by your local steel dealers, hitting .364 in those last 6 games, .773 slugging percentage, driving the ball out of the ballpark quite well. Went down there, got right behind the plate, also got that swing going too.
The shortstop will play it. Machado takes extra time and just gets Gaddis at first. He had that time. Flaherty was diving, and Machado behind him all the way for out number 2. You middle infielders, you've got that clock in your head. You know exactly how much time you have.
It drove my coaches nuts growing up. Got a great arm like Machado does, yet knows exactly how long he can wait and how hard he has to throw it to make sure that play is just bang bang at first base.
Now Flaherty, the third baseman, is the one who shifts into right field when they do the shift. Machado stays on the left side of the infield. Jason Castro at .223 has 3 homers, 9 runs batted in. So there's Flaherty. He has to do a little sprint work to get out to right field from third base. It makes sense though, because Machado has much better range, so he's the one guy between second and third.
Kind of lonely.
So if he grounds out from 5-3, it's a little deceiving in the case of where that 5 player is located right now in right field. 1-1. Breakdown on Castro. He's seen some tough lefties lately. One ball, 2 strikes for Tillman. Tyler Wilson goes to the mound tomorrow night against Colin McHugh at 7:10. 6:30 for the pregame show. Then it's Kevin Gossman and Lance McCullers Thursday night in the finale of the homestand. And you head for home, Blummer.
Yeah, I got to repack.
Castro strikes out. That's 6 in a row for Tillman, and no score.
Park. Back in the first, George Springer lead things off. Crushed a ball just foul, went off the facade into the stands somewhere. And you know what? We found out exactly where that foul ball went thanks to Twitter. You guys helping us out on the concourse here. It was a little bit dangerous for a second. That foul ball landed in the grease of this funnel cake stand where I am right now. Bounced a few times, went straight into the grease. They've had to shut it down completely over here with the funnel cakes. Everyone is okay. I can report that. I'm holding the ball, which smells like grease, and it's still really warm. Ball has been saved, though, and we can give it to someone as a souvenir. But how about that, guys?
What's wrong?
That could be really scary.
What's wrong with a little bit of mud in your funnel cake?
We're serving fried baseballs over here.
Delectable snack during the 3rd inning. Thanks, Julia, for tracking that down. Joey Rickard takes strike 1. Meanwhile, we're getting remarks on Twitter about a shot of Julia and Blummer getting ready for the game today, and folks seem to think that that Louis Vuitton purse belongs to you, Blummer.
No, that's my. I have a. That's not my style.
Okay, I didn't think so. Ground ball left side.
It's been a while since I've handled a handbag, Brownie.
Colin Moran takes care of it. Out number 1. Very stylish, though.
I can't believe you just threw me under the bus like that.
Well, we didn't say.
I did.
We didn't say it was yours.
Well, my tweet earlier was how I walked into the booth for the first time in a week, and all of a sudden it was just a yard sale of Julia's stuff on the desk.
She takes over.
She does.
I had to. I got to work. I need my space.
Yeah, we don't do that.
You guys are cramping my style coming in there. I need the
well,
entire boots myself.
We'll quickly move to the side of the room.
That's my bad.
And let you be in control. You take all the space you need. You've been sorely missed. Manny Machado walked his first time up. There's ball 1.
Yeah. Welcome back, Jeff.
Which part of that space is yours, by the way?
That little sliver on the top right.
You have to memorize all your ad libs if that's all the space you get.
Exactly.
2-0 the count. Very classic. Slowly hit. There's Moran. taking care of the second play. Colin Moran has a little history with his Baltimore club. He got to go in the clubhouse after they clinched a playoff spot in '97 with his uncle B.J. Surhoff.
That's pretty cool.
Yes, it is. Adam Jones bounced into a double play earlier.
Had some good ball clubs in the late
really
90s.
Yep. It's been Camden Yards, great place to slug since it came into play. What, in '94 or so?
Mm-hmm.
You like playing there?
I did. I didn't get to play there as often as I had liked, but every time we went through there, it was a pretty good time.
Jones drops the bat. The ball heads out to shallow center field. So does Altuve. And that's a quick 1-2-3 third for Pfister. His first 1-2-3 inning. No score.
Houston Methodist brings us our league leaders. American League team ERA. Seattle on top. Chicago White Sox, of course, with Chris Sale leading the charge there. Kansas City and Baltimore. How about that within their division? First place. That to go with their potent offensive lineup is a great matchup for a good year. Now they're tied for first place with the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, you see the importance of ERAs.
Very much so. We found that out last year too, didn't we?
We did. 0-0 here. One hit on the board. That belongs to Baltimore and Jonathan Scope. The Astros have not had a base runner through 2 against Chris Tillman, a hot pitcher. Colin Moran is looking for his first major league hit. He's 0 for 7. Taking strike 1. Valbuena and Kemp rounding out the 3 left-handed hitters due to face Tillman. But lefties are hitting only .222 against Tillman compared to right-handers .202 this season. He's been tough on both. You told us about the off-speed stuff and how effective that's been for him. 1-1. Change up, 130 batting average, 84 mile-per-hour pitch. He throws it 15% of the time. When he throws it 72% of the time, it's a strike. 1-2, and then there's that 92 mile-per-hour fastball. So that fastball changeup combination in itself, forget about the slider and curve, would be difficult.
No, I agree, especially if he's locating it that often in the zone. And again, part of that deception is the speed of the pitch, but also the arm speed contributes to some of these swings.
Moran's down on strikes. That's punch out number 2 for Tillman. The Astros continue to strike out more than any other team in the American League. The opponent average against the changeup, 130. How about Steven Strasburg? 064 on his changeup.
Yeah, he's figured some things out this year up there in D.C. Got that big contract to go with it. But Taijuan Walker, watching the way he's pitched this year too.
Yeah.
But his fastball's in the mid-90s and then he pulls a string on you. That's just not fair sometimes.
That is not fair. Luis Valbuena thinking bunt, did not offer on appeal to Ed Hickox. It's ball 1. Well, he has all kinds of room there if he drops down a bunt toward Manny Machado. Trying to get something started here at the bottom of the order with Kemp on deck. Two balls, no strikes. For the Astros, it's been a major struggle to get people on base. Broken bat pop up. Here's Scope going for it, and Adam Jones covers it. 2 outs.
With the Astros 15-game flex plan, you're in charge of the games and seat locations that work best for you. Pick giveaway games, favorite rivalries, or a little of each by visiting astros.com/mini-plans or calling 1-877-9-ASTROS.
School's about to get out. That might be the plan for you.
Good times.
Tony Kemp with 2 hits and 9 major league at bats. Tries to start something with 2 outs. George Springer's on deck. Davis is there. 3 perfect innings for Tillman. No score after 3. On the scoreboard, but the food is of a different variety there. 0-0 with 1 hit in the ball game belonging to Jonathan Scope in the 2nd inning. And while they munch away, Chris Davis steps up. He drew a walk in the 2nd inning, leading off that frame. Then he was later forced at second base. Strike 1 to Davis. We talked about the fact that he came up with the Texas Rangers, did not blossom with them, and that's when the Orioles got a shot at him, and that's worked out extremely well. But according to one story, he really was going through some difficulties with the Rangers, was striking out a lot, but then they were trying to change him to a more upright hitter, and it wasn't going well. He went to winter ball in the Dominican Republic, and Robinson Cano convinced him, according to this story, that he was the type of power hitter who should not be hitting the way the Rangers wanted him to hit. He went back to his old style and began to mash again.
It's interesting.
Struck him out. It's number 3 for Pfister.
There was a stretch there where the Texas Rangers had some very good first basemen in their organization. They let go, and some of those guys turned out to be pretty good. Chris Davis is one of them. The other one I think about is Adrian Gonzalez.
Good point. Mark Trumbo bounced into that force play in the 2nd inning. Ball 1 from Pfister. At Wieters on deck. Last year the Astros won 4 of the 7 games between these two clubs. They'll play in Baltimore 4 games in August. Flared out to right field. George Springer coming in for it. 2 outs. Tonight's fan cam is presented by GulloAuto.com. Let's see what they have for us tonight. Hot dog.
There's some happy campers right there.
Patriotic outfit.
Oh man,
Classic, isn't it?
that was a good one.
Matt Wieters struck out earlier. She knows her players. That is ball 1.
Seems like every guy the Orioles sent up to the plate is about 6'5", 240.
They are large people.
Man,
1 ball and 1 strike. Chris Davis was listed at 6'4", 235.
oh, he's the lightweight.
Yeah. Trumbo is listed at 6'4", 225. We'll check on Wieters here. Wieters is listed at 6'5", 240. These are big people.
Man.
2 balls, 1 strike. Altuve to his right, down on a knee. A quick 4th inning. That's 7 straight for Pfister, and he keeps the game scoreless.
The bottom of the 4th. Treat your employees, host clients, or celebrate a special occasion with an Astros luxury suite. Create and experience your group is sure to remember by calling 1-877-9-ASTROS and reserving your luxury suite today. Springer stepping in the box, leading off today for the first time this season. And A.J. Hinch was talking about this today, and he said the order, it's not really about the lineup or about the order where I hit these guys. He's like, I really don't care where they hit. It's just about he was talking about the tandems. So George Springer and Jose Altuve, how these guys work together. He said George can really hit in the first 6 slots depending on the makeup of this team. But right now his role is getting on base for guys like Altuve and Correa.
It makes sense, and he's a good speedy base runner too if he does get on. AJ talked about the strikeout rate also during his pregame session with the media. Springer grounded out earlier. George takes that one 1-1, and he said that since about May 15th the Astros have really gone outside the strike zone, and their chase rate is almost 40% since May 15th.
Wonder how much of that has to do with maybe a little bit of panic setting in.
Well, you bring up a point. And you've been there, so what do you suppose the conversations are all about in the clubhouse right now with this team 17-28?
Well, that's a little more frightening to me right there, that hat, than what's going on with the Houston Astros. It's early in the season. Again, we're only a quarter of the way into this season, and we've seen some of the numbers. The 2005 Astros had a worse record at this time, yet they're matching the same record they had in 2014. But there is going to be panic. There's that expectation when you broke camp to be the #1 team in the American League West, and I still agree that they have a chance to win that American League West, but it's going to take some serious work. As far as conversations, I think it should be something like, guys, we haven't played well up to this point, but there's still 120 some odd games left, maybe a little bit less now. Plenty of time to get your own individual numbers, but also time for these guys to figure it out as a team.
They get their first base runner as Springer goes through the middle.
But for me, good ball clubs don't point the finger.
Yeah.
Because right now, there's a lot of pitchers that could point the finger at the offense. There's a lot of guys on the offense that could be pointing the finger at the pitching staff. But you want to try and avoid those situations because that could lead to a toxic clubhouse.
Well, we may have just seen the result of what we had been talking about earlier with George Springer right there, Plummer.
Yeah, not trying to do too much. Just barrel it up, hit it firm. He doesn't have to worry about elevating the ball either. Sometimes when you're in those RBI type situations, you want to elevate and drive the ball out of the ballpark. Now he's just concerned about hitting good hard ground balls, get through the infield.
Now he'll go to second on a wild pitch. Tillman yanked that one away from Wieters, and Springer's now in scoring position for Altuve.
A couple pitches from Tillman, missing on the opposite of the arm side, yanking that pitch way across home plate. You don't see that too often.
He's done that. He did it early in the game. Done it a few times. So now Altuve, who's hit well with men in scoring position, 313, has Springer over there at second base with a 1-0 count.
And this is what they wanted to set up. Altuve up there with runners in scoring position.
Astros as a team, 228. Broken bat, looping. Jones is there for the catch, and Springer will have to hold his position, 1 out. Carlos Correa to follow on a 2-0 pitch. He grounded to third earlier. The Astros coming into this game had struck out 445 times in 45 games. That's a high in the major leagues. And so obviously if they can cut down on their punch outs, especially if they have runners at third and 1 out, second and nobody out, things of that nature. You know, in this last at bat, a ground ball to the right side gets the runner to third. So things of that nature could really help them quite a bit.
Sacrifice your AB for the greater good of the team.
I think it goes way beyond the Houston Astros, though, in today's game, Blummer, with more and more strikeouts and a lot of homers. It's become an all or nothing game in many ways in the major leagues.
Yeah. It's all about the true outcome, isn't it?
Yeah. In this case, though, part of the true outcome is walks, right?
Yep.
And the Astros are leading the league in walks.
So they've got that part down.
But that is not adding up to a whole lot.
Yeah, that average that you talked about with the Orioles being so good with runners in scoring position, the Houston Astros offense is the exact opposite. They have not done well at all with runners in scoring position on the season.
Correa lines one. There's Jones in center field. That's not good luck. Correa hammered it, but it's out number 2. So we look at percentage of swings that miss and where the Astros rank. 29th in the majors, and swings in play last with 34.6%.
Yeah, they went from bad to really bad. But again, the way they handled it last year was a little bit different. They did swing and miss a lot last year, but at the same time, when they did make contact, more often than not, it was going out of the ballpark.
Yeah. Rasmus squared the ball up, but lined out to first earlier, so they have hit some balls on the button tonight. That last one was a good swing by Correa. Now Machado's playing up the middle here for Rasmus. That's strike 1. The Astros are hitting .229 as a team. There's a guy who's delivering in these situations quite well. 9 for 16. That .229 batting average, very low. Batting average is probably my least favorite statistic offensively, but in this case that speaks to the issue.
Yeah, I'm with you as far as the overall batting average number for guys, but there's some numbers that you'd like to, batting average numbers you'd like to see elevated, and that runner in scoring position is a number you'd really like to see elevated.
They wouldn't mind seeing a baseball elevated out to where they're sitting.
No doubt.
Out in the patio. But 0-2 here for Rasmus. Now Machado shifted it over even more to his left. Colby with a fly ball to left, hits it toward Rickard. And the scoring threat is turned away. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left, no score after 4.
Every Wednesday night home game is $1 Hot Dog Wednesday presented by Nolan Ryan Beef. Your next chance for $1 Dogs is tomorrow night. For more info, visit astros.com/$dogs or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. That is tomorrow. You can always go to Good Dog Houston. Get you a hot dog. Until then. Yeah, why is no one, well, no one told me about this place, but I heard it's really good. So
Didn't
I'm
know
gonna
about
have
it.
to
Okay.
have a dog.
Well,
out there.
it's out there. Now that you've told us, people will be rushing there. There's strike 1 to Pedro Alvarez. He drew a walk in the 2nd inning. Red Sox lead the Rockies 7-2 in the 6th, and Jackie Bradley Jr. has 2 more hits. 28-game hitting streak. 0-2 to Alvarez. Different varieties of dogs. Is there a dog in there?
Buried.
Buried.
Got to go on the search.
Those condiments are about as big as a condo. 1 and 2. Off-speed pitch fouled away. Matt Harvey, who's pitching tonight, gave up a couple of homers early. Rough sledding for him, but Arrieta stays about as strong as anybody can be, Plummer.
No, he's extremely good. You can go into parts of, well, the end of last year, he was pitching extremely well, too, and add to those numbers and make him even more incredible. And how about Jackie Bradley approaching that 30-game hitting streak?
Well, when you guys were in Boston, he was batting 9th, right?
Yes, and had close to 30 RBIs at the time, too.
Crazy. He's not anymore. Line deep to right field. That'll go out. 1-0 Baltimore. Alvarez hits number 3. That was a hanger, and he jumped all over it on a 2-2 count.
Well, you're exactly right, Brownie. That breaking ball didn't have much snap to it. Get down in the zone, flooded up in that upper part of the zone, and at that speed, Alvarez had plenty of time to sit back on it, get the barrel on it.
That's the Orioles' 64th long ball. They're second in the American League. Seventh home run surrendered by Pfister. This is his 54th inning. Jonathan Schoop is the batter. Schoop single to right field. He has the other hit for Baltimore in this game. That was a 379-footer by Alvarez. Fourth career homer for him against Houston pitching. Little jam shot. Pfister's going to hustle over. Castro sliding. Very good play by Castro.
Athletic play from Jason Castro, popping out for behind home plate. Good pitch, getting in the kitchen of Schoop, and recognition by Castro to go over there and hustle, knowing how much room he has, lays out for it. Great play.
Evan Gattis is there to cheer him on.
You can hear the dugout talking to him, telling him he has plenty of room. Go for it.
Outstanding work by Castro. Now Ryan Flaherty, the batter, fouling it back. In fact, Evan Gattis had a workout at catcher before the game today.
He's been working hard back there, getting a little bit better.
He has.
He looks great to me.
Yeah, I think everybody's really pleased with what he's doing. And as you mentioned, he got a chance to get his stroke back together when he went to Corpus Christi, and that's continued as he's joined the Astros again.
I think AJ's doing a good job of not thrusting him in there on a daily basis, too, behind the plate. Start doing that at this level. And after not doing it for a long time, it could create a little bit of fatigue, maybe some bad habits. But for right now, he's got a good rotation between Castro and Gattis going.
We haven't heard, but he may be catching Colin McHugh tomorrow night because things went well when he caught him a few days ago.
It did. Colin pitched extremely well. He was just matched up against Chris Sale.
Oh, boy. 1-2. I think about the best matchup in baseball right now would be Sale against Arrieta, right?
Oh, yeah. We were talking, Ash and I were talking about that in Chicago, that the two best pitchers in baseball live in Chicago right now.
Pfister turns it into out number 2. He's come back nicely after the home run to lead off the inning.
Well, people complain about not being in the National League Central. This video right here might encourage you to be happy where you're at right now in the American League West, because having to face Jake Arrieta on a consistent basis in that National League Central is proving to be some issues for a lot of ball clubs out there. Really figured it out. Do you realize, I want to say Scott Feldman was traded for Jake Arrieta?
That's right.
4 or 5 player deal going from Baltimore to Chicago.
You're right. Rickard bunts it foul. There's strike 1.
Just an interesting little side note.
Well, it is interesting to look back on some of these trades years later, because at the time sometimes there's not such a big deal made out of them.
Well, and at the time you'd probably say that Feldman was a pretty good pickup for a guy like Arrieta. But Arrieta has definitely figured it out in Chicago.
Well, he didn't in Baltimore.
True.
Foul ball by Rickard makes the count 0-2. Upstairs, he's not offering. 1-2 to Rickard. The Orioles made a deal sending lefty Brian Mattis and a competitive balance round B pick to Atlanta for 2 pitchers, Brandon Barker and Trevor Belichick. 1-2. The Braves really want those draft choices right now, and they were willing to pay for it, because then they released Brian Mattis after they traded for him.
It's interesting.
Yeah. So it shows you how much they wanted that draft pick. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Braves will have 5 of the first 80 picks in the draft, June 9th through the 11th.
Stockpiling.
Now 3-2. And the Orioles also signed lefty reliever Brian Dunsing to a minor league deal. They only have one lefty currently in their bullpen. Their closer, Zach Britton. Bouncer goes foul, but I did hear something about them calling up a left-hander today, and we'll have to check on that. Still 3 balls, 2 strikes. They have promoted a rookie from the minor league, so
Asher Tolliver, I believe is his name.
Yeah, you're right. So he is here, and it's his first day in the big leagues. Foul back. The Astros now 10-13 at home after being swept by the Texas Rangers here over the weekend. This will be the 9th pitch coming to Rickard. That one goes back out of play. Rickard is one of those guys who throws left and bats right, like Ricky Henderson.
Jason Lane.
Jason Lane, yeah, there's another one. Colin Moran takes care of that one for out number 3. The leadoff homer by Alvarez makes it 1-0 Baltimore in the 5th.
Now on top of the Astros 1-0, bottom of the 5th. Chris Tillman going back to work and asking about the approach that the Astros should take against Tillman. They talked a lot about that breaking ball for him, how he's trying to get guys to chase, and that's kind of been the story of the day. It's really been the story for a long time with this Astros offense. And AJ saying, you know, regardless of who we face, we got to get inside the zone, talking about that chase rate and how it's been up for the Astros back since May 15th, even threw out a date for us. But Blummer, I did want to ask you, when these guys are struggling and they're stepping in the box and they see their maybe lower batting averages on the scoreboard, how hard is it to not overswing or not chase a certain pitch, because you can't make up for any of that on one pitch, right?
Oh, that is so true. And I mean, the beautiful thing for fans is that they get these El Grandes out there with have all these beautiful colors and numbers on them. But as a player, you stare up there and you see the constant low numbers, and it's just a constant fight to try and get that number off the board. And it's not the right mentality to go to the plate with, trying to get a hit. If you're up there trying to get a hit, you're going to alter your swing and try and do some things a little bit differently, as opposed to just going up there and having a good solid AB and finding a way to put a barrel on it. But seeing that number up there, it's tough to deny when you see those numbers up there. You definitely want to change them as soon as you possibly can.
So Hawk Harrelson would probably say, take it off the board. Yes.
Please.
Strike call makes it 2-2 to Evan Gattis, and he has been on base in all 6 games since he was recalled from AA.
Seen that call go for Fister also, so equally opportunistic back there is Demuth.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, that's an excellent point. As long as an umpire is consistent, the hitters feel that, okay, the other team's getting it, then we need to adjust.
Yeah, that's all you ask for from an umpire. Be consistently good or consistently bad.
Liner over shortstop, or second base in this case, into left center field. Gattis is aboard, and he continues to be on base in all 7 games now since he came back from Corpus.
Put a good swing on that one down in the zone. Similar spot that he got called a strike on him before. Maybe a little bit more over the plate. Caught the strike zone. But again, good job of just keeping his nose down on it. Going back up the middle with it. The second inning, the Astros have had the leadoff man on.
Jason Castro struck out in the second. Tillman retired the first 9 batters before the Springer single, leading off the 4th. Ball 1 off the plate to Castro, who has a .360 on base average. He's been working some counts well. In fact, in his last 22 games, he's hit .295. He's drawn 18 walks in those 22 games. Colin Moran on deck.
Good boy.
2-0. Jason Hamels doing his impression of Jake Arrieta tonight for the Cubs, leading 8-0 now. In the 7th at St. Louis, the Cubs got 6 runs in the first off Michael Wacha, and then Wacha left after 4 innings, allowing all 8 earned runs. Jorge Soler hit his 4th home run for the Cubs. 3-0 to Castro.
Wonder if Castro's earned that green light. Been swinging the bat well. Got himself a 3-0 count here.
That would be a show of confidence. He did earn the green light and fouled it. 3-1.
It's good to see. That's so often here in the recent years. 2-0 counts used to be good fastball counts. 3-1 counts used to be good fastball counts, but now these pitchers are getting so much better at throwing secondary pitches in the strike zone consistently that they've gone to them in 2-0, 3-1 counts. So a 3-0 count is a definite fastball strike type situation. Why not let them go for it?
Castro works a walk, first and second, nobody out, and that's the first walk for Tillman.
Learn all about Minute Maid Park with a behind-the-scenes look at historic Union Station, luxury suites, the Diamond Club, and much more. For more information, visit astros.com/tours or call 713-259-8996 to schedule your tour today.
We see those groups come through here all the time, especially the kids when they get out of school. Colin Moran struck out in the 3rd inning. 0 for 8 to begin his major league career. Third baseman in tight, and there's strike 1. Tillman was an all-star in 2013. He was 16-7 that year. So now for his major league career, he's won 62 and lost 43. He was the opening day starter. Last year, Chris went 11-11 for Baltimore, but his ERA was much higher than it is now, 4.99. He started this game at 2.61. Fouled in, it's 0-2. We talked about the trade earlier that brought him from Seattle to Baltimore. That was in February of 08. Not only Tillman coming in the deal from Seattle, but their center fielder, another All-Star Adam Jones, and 3 minor league players for 1 pitcher, Eric Bedard, one of the best trades Baltimore's ever made. One and 2 to Moran with Valbuena on deck, and then Kemp due to bat.
Tell you what, it's been a steady diet of fastballs for Colin Moran in this game against Tillman. Until he catches up to one, he may be seeing a couple more.
Tapped, and Machado steps on second, fires to first to turn it into a 6-3 double play with Gaddis taking third.
My goodness, Manny Machado's got a cannon.
Well, of course, he's a better shortstop than Hardy, right? But
yeah, but they are a better defensive team with Hardy at short, Machado at third.
Exactly.
Some would argue.
Luis Valbuena hit a fly ball to center on a 2-0 count earlier. Ball 1 to him.
Hey, base hit, Roy. Come on.
The 05 Astros, as you know, went to the World Series after starting 15-30. Current Astros are 17-28. 1-1. So after 45 games, those 05 Astros were the only team that went on to make the playoffs among the 200 worst teams after 45 games.
The thing with that team is the offense wasn't great. Their pitching staff was unbelievable.
Yes. 2-1. After 45 games, there have been 32 Astros teams under 500, and only 6 coming back to have winning seasons. So in order to win 86 games, these Astros would have to go 69-48. Flared outside the left field line, back into the seats. 2-2. But that's the difficult thing about being players. You well know you can't be weighed down by numbers like that when you come to the ballpark every day, or it's just not going to go well, right?
No, it's not going to go well at all, especially if you look at it long term like that. You got to pick a little bit smaller goal, and I think just stay within your division. Try and creep back into that games back category. Get within striking distance somewhere, because that's stuff you can actually manage. If you're playing a ball club like the Rangers, they have 13 more games against the Rangers. Pick on them a little bit and try and creep back against them. Still got 19 games against the Angels. They'll see them on this next road trip. Just try and keep it small and attainable. Start looking at those lofty goals like you're talking about, because that's a big number you just threw out there as far as wins and losses.
Right. Full count to Valbuena. Or shrink it down to each pitch, each at bat, all those things, techniques that the players use.
Yeah, a lot of teams will look at each inning, win each inning, and you'll win the ball game.
Third 3-ball count of the inning for Tillman. He had only thrown 40 pitches through the first 4. And through 5 innings now, Fister's thrown 86. High to right field, and this could give the Astros the lead. 2-1, Valbuena. Number 3. He focused on that pitch. Well, runs batted in for Luis Valbuena.
That's some late lineup lightning that you want to see from the Houston Astros. Talked about the high strikeout numbers that they had last year, but those guys in the bottom part of the order were really lighting it up as far as when they made contact. And Valbuena got a pitch up in the zone and just hit a towering drive to right. Up out of the zone, looked like a changeup. Think Valbuena knew he got it?
Oh, yeah.
He'll let you know.
He admired it. Tony Kemp's the batter. And it's called strike one to Kemp, who grounded out to first. Valbuena hits the Astros 57th long ball of the year. That's big after the double play ball. Gaddis led off with a single, then Castro walked, and the Astros were in good shape, but the double play ball really swung things back Tillman's way until that 3-2 pitch soared out. 1 ball, 1 strike. That is some pop from the number 8 hitter.
It's good to see.
The Astros have had so little going from the bottom of the order this year. That is welcome. Two and one. There's the schedule breakdown. The next 27 games, 6 with the Angels, 4 with the Rangers, 13 against teams in 4th or lower, 13 against teams in the AL West.
You want to beat up on those teams in your division, but we know it's been a struggle for the Astros offense against a lot of those National League or American League West teams as far as swinging the bats. On the season, they are hitting .204 against the American League West.
In for a strike, and it's 3-2 to Kemp now. This is going to end the stretch with the end of this series for the Astros, playing 6 consecutive clubs with winning records. So far, they're 7-10 in that stretch. Kemp draws a walk. This is where he can be helpful because he does take his walks and he runs well. So here's the strength of schedule. The Reds have had the toughest schedule so far regarding the winning percentage of the teams they've played. Then the Braves, second toughest. Padres, Oakland, and Houston, 5th toughest. As you know, Jeff, a lot of what happens in a baseball season is what happens when you happen to play an opponent. Are they down? Are they up? Do they have a pitcher out, an outfielder out, a big RBI guy? You know, that has a lot to do with what happens.
Yeah, how the rotation's set up against you. But yeah, timing is everything. Astros have found that out basically these first 2 months. Ran into Boston, and I think Cody Rasmus had a pregame interview that I saw where he just said they've been running into buzzsaws every series, it seems like, where teams are either hot offensively or they face a part of the rotation that's just been dominating.
Kemp will draw some attention because he does run well, as we indicated. He only had 4 steals, though, at AAA Fresno when he was called up. So he'll have to do it at the big league level to gain that ultimate respect. Edwin trickles away, and he is going to sprint to second base on that pitch in the dirt. So taking advantage of that opportunity, he read it well and moved over.
Tillman's had a couple of wild pitches here in this ball game. He had one that allowed George Springer to get to second base. This one allows Tony Kemp. Really no chance for Wieters.
Kemp had 20 steals last year for Fresno and 26 tries, 35 out of 49 for Corpus. So he's a guy who's very active when he reaches.
Should be a guy. His size and speed is going to just attract all kinds of attention when he's on those base paths.
And this is also what the Astros had been hoping for when Altuve was leading off, that he would have more RBI opportunities from the bottom of the order, but it simply has not worked out that way to date. Fouled outside the right field line, back into the seats. Now Brian Kenny was on High Heat a few days ago on the MLB network, and he had a statistic that when the leadoff man comes up, on average, 34% of the time he comes up with a man on base or men on base. The number 3 hitter goes up to 44% with those RBI opportunities of men on base.
Wasn't that the reason the Angels put Mike Trout in that 2-hole
yes.
for so many years? Is because they felt that was the more opportunistic position to be hitting in that order with runners on base.
Exactly. 2 balls, 1 strike. It's just interesting watching George because he is a different hitter as the leadoff guy.
It's amazing. Yeah, you truly can see it in the approach.
Up and in for a ball. That makes it 3-1. He's hit .234 with runners in scoring position, but we'll see what he does as the leadoff guy, because I think he works more favorable counts leading off than he does hitting second.
I would have to agree with you on that.
Fifth 3-ball count this inning for Tillman. And he lays off and draws the walk, and this is what Springer does. That's his 25th walk of the year. That's the 3rd of this inning for Tillman, and he's going to get a visit from Dave Wallace, the pitching coach.
Well, you know what else is nice and may contribute to the approach of George Springer in this at bat right here is knowing that he has a guy like Altuve hitting behind him. He can lay off that pitch. He doesn't have to expand the zone and put it all on his shoulders. He can get on base, set it up for Altuve.
Yeah, that is an important point to note here. So Tillman has given up a single, a 2-run homer, 3 walks in the inning, and yet he's only behind by 1 run. Jose Altuve is 0 for 2, 2 fly balls to center field.
And you know, we keep talking about the mentality of the team in this situation where they haven't been playing good baseball. They're falling behind in the division. But if each guy tries to play their game individually and do what they can to help the team win and put that team mentality first, good things like this are going to happen. And George Springer, thinking about primarily just get on base, has put this ball club in a good situation.
Altuve fouls at strike 1 because Springer has said it time after time. When batting leadoff, he's just trying to do exactly what you said. I think it takes the pressure off him. The fact that he's not thinking about driving the ball for extra bases so much is just getting to first base.
Yeah, and he's such a good hitter, and the strike zone discipline is obviously there, but he doesn't have to create power. He has enough.
Line and caught by Scope at second. Tough luck for the Astros there. They settle for 2 runs on 2 hits. They leave a couple. Valbuena goes deep for the 3rd time this year. 2-1 Houston.
the 6th. 2016 Coca-Cola Astros Buddies membership are on sale now for only $25. Buddies members get a voucher for 4 tickets to an Astros game, VIP access to Kids Run the Bases, exclusive autograph sessions, and more. Memberships for kids up to 12 years old are available by visiting astros.com/buddies. Luis Valbuena has to feel pretty good after his 2-run shot. You know, and I asked him how good he was feeling over at first base today. He's been playing more since Colin Moran has been up. He wants to keep that left-handed bat against some of these right-handed pitchers like today, but Louis feels pretty comfortable over there. And I asked him, you know, how much first base did you play your entire career? Take me back. And he said he was actually a catcher before he signed. So growing up a catcher, when he did sign, they wanted to make him a second baseman. So he played second until he was with the Cubs in 2012. Someone was hurt, so he was called up, and they moved him over to third base. So then he was at third base, and of course making his first career start at first for the Houston Astros last season. So this guy has picked up a lot of different defensive positions over his career, and he's done a really nice job.
He has. He can pick it defensively. I've got no doubts about him.
1-2 to Manny Machado. He's not biting, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Come on, Doug. Come on, Doug.
Carlos Gomez is beginning his injury rehab assignment with AA Corpus Christi tonight. Hooks are opening a 6-game homestand. He'll play a couple of games, sit one out, and then a couple more and be reevaluated. Just off the corner. It was a tempting pitch, but Machado really knows that strike zone. He's at 3-2. High to left field. That's going to tie it. Machado's in his home run trot. Way up top. On the tracks for Machado. It's a 2-2 game, just as the Astros bullpen had started to get busy. Machado cranks his 13th of the year. That ties Mark Trumbo. So Alvarez last inning, and now Machado go deep.
Yeah, that was just a sinker that tailed right back into the barrel of Machado. The way he's been swinging the bat this year, you can see why it ended up on the train tracks.
Well, the Birds go deep again for both of their runs on long balls, and there is ball 1 to Adam Jones, who's 0 for 2.
Yeah, all the runs driven into this game have been on the home run.
Yep. Kind of the form chart for these two teams this year.
Well, how many times have we seen it this year with the Astros pitching staff give up 2 solo home runs and it's a tie ball game? The offense isn't going good when the pitching does well. The pitching isn't doing well when the offense is doing good. So it's a lot of time the offense and defense are not on the same page.
Tony Sepp, the left-hander, Pat Neshek, the right-hander, are at work in the Houston bullpen. 2-1 on Adam Jones. Moran, bad hop over his glove and on through into left field. Jones is aboard.
They get hit right on the lip.
That's the way it appeared.
See if you can see it right here. 2-hopper to third base. Watch that second hop. Looks like it hits the lip between the grass and the dirt. Jumping over the head of Colin Moran.
That's been ruled an error by the official scorer. And Chris Davis has a walk and a strikeout. There's ball 1 to him. The Machado homer ties him with his teammate Trumbo for second place with 13 behind Todd Frazier. White Sox third baseman leads the league in homers with 14. Davis takes, and it's 2-0. 98 pitches in the game for Pfister. Three balls, no strikes. On this shift, Altuve is not on the outfield grass. There you see it. 3-1 to Davis. Popped up. Colin Moran backpedaling. And over for the catch. 1 out.
My goodness. Tony Kemp knows he can call that ball off, right?
He knew it, but I don't think he wanted any part of it. You think it's a bit of a problem for a player who hasn't played? Well, he was here with us, I think, for the exhibition games. So let's just say a guy hadn't played in a stadium with a roof. Is that any kind of difficulty for the first game?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to give anybody excuses, but you know, yeah, it looks a little bit different. But having played a couple of games here exhibition-wise, and here in this homestand, you take enough fly balls in batting practice to understand how the ball is going to react and look up against the roof. But I fear anytime an infielder starts backpedaling in the outfield, because that leads to some dangerous situations.
Yes. Much easier play for the outfielder coming in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Certainly the Astrodome was an exception. All kinds of players had problems.
Metrodome the same way.
Yeah, that was another one with that white roof.
Tampa Bay's had some issues too, because they have that kind of an off-white colored roof also.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Trumbo. Yankees lead the Blue Jays 6-0 in the top of the 9th inning. Nate Eovaldi started that one. Carlos Beltran hit his 10th home run. Blue Jays have been slipping back a little. They're now 2 under 500. Good pickup there by Castro. 2-2. It's not an easy play with a catcher's mitt on your hand.
No.
Chopped slowly, charged. Correa throwing on the run. 2 outs. Jones to second base. Wieters will bat. Brad Wieters is struck out and grounded out.
Smart play by Correa. Just get the out. Slow hit ground ball.
A.J. Hinch is at the mound now. And he's made a move. With Wieters a switch hitter coming up next, he'll go with lefty Tony Sipp out of the bullpen. And Fister's 106 pitches for the game. He leaves with the round of applause. Another very good start for Fister. It's 2-2. Back in a moment.
2 outs, and the score is 2-2 between the Orioles and Astros, and that man right there was playing to win, and it's brought to you by Toyota Tundra. It's a pretty good ball game. Battled around a couple of walks. He had 3 on the day, also had 3 punch outs. Only gave up 3 hits on the day, doing a good job keeping the ball down, getting some good ground balls. But the 2 runs he gave up were on 2 solo shots. But a great evening, unable to qualify for that 7th quality start.
He needed 1 more out to do that. Tony Sipp throws, and there's ball 1 to Matt Wieters. Wieters is 0 for 4 in his career against Sipp. 106 pitches for Pfister, 63 of them strikes. Jones at second with 2 outs in a 2-2 game in the 6th inning. Sipp throws it in for a strike. That makes it 1-1. Tony pitched once in the Rangers series. That was Sunday, a scoreless inning. 0-2 with 1 save, a 3.86 ERA. And this month, a 2.25 earned run average for Tony. Check swing foul takes it to 1-2, and that ERA figure for relievers really not a critical figure, but a lot of people want to know about inherited runners when they come in. And Sipp has inherited 8 runners. 2 of them have scored. Changed up on him, and Wieters is a strikeout victim to keep this game tied at 2 in the 6th. Baseball on Root Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors, donating $100 for each Astros home run and $200 for each Correa home run to Houston Children's Charity. It's a 2-2 game, each club with 3 hits. The Astros have the only error. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning, and Carlos Correa leads it off. He's 0 for 2. Lined out to center in the 4th with a good swing and a 1-0 offering. First pitch curve is in for strike 1 for Chris Tillman. Correa looks at it now. It's a 1-ball 1-strike count to Carlos. 1-2. Tillman faced 7 Astros in the 5th inning, giving up a Gaddis single, a 2-run homer to Valbuena, and 3 walks, and escaping further damage when Altuve lined out to second. How's this one foul? Still a 1-2 count with Rasmus on deck. Gaddis 2 up third of the inning. The Orioles are 9-8 on the road. They have been excellent at home, winning 17 and losing 8. They lead the majors in wins at home. Now 2-2. Correa has had 12 hits to left field, 15 to center, and 16 to right. How do you like that for spraying the ball around, Blummer?
It's good. I'd expect that average to be a little bit higher, though. 250 on the season.
Now a full count. Correa's walked 23 times. He has a .349 on base average. Astros put the leadoff man on in the 4th. They did it again in the 5th on singles. Foul ball just keeps him in there as the catcher Wieters was unable to hold it. Struck him out. It's number 3. Looked like ball 4. Now it's Rasmus. He's 0 for 2. He lined to first and fly to left. Well, John Singleton had another big day for Fresno. He now has 12 homers, 30 runs batted in. Alex Bregman has 11 homers. I think he hit number 12 tonight for Corpus.
He's been raking.
Asher Wojciechowski's been claimed on waivers by the Miami Marlins. Rasmus works the count to 2-0 against Tillman. This Baltimore bullpen has been terrific, winning 12, losing 3, with the 3rd best ERA in the American League, 2.67, and it is a strikeout bullpen. 2-1 at 82 miles per hour. He guided that one in and got a swing from Rasmus. Evan Gaddis is on deck. Now 3 balls, 1 strike.
Good take. Tillman doubled up on that changeup. 2-0. Colby got a changeup, swung and missed. That one he laid off.
Ooh, wow. 3-2. We'll be questioning Dana DeMuth.
I think we're going to find out why.
Yep.
Kidding me? It's in the other box.
He did it very quietly, didn't he? In the air and into the seats, foul.
And I don't think that's a pitch Colby would normally chase after, but given the pitch that was called previously, got to expand a little bit to protect, because you don't want to leave it in Dana DeMuth's hands right now as quickly as that right arm's shooting up.
You are so right with that comment. Can't afford to take another borderline pitch. That was in on him and he ripped it foul.
It's a pretty good plate coverage.
Yes.
Cover 3 inches off the outside corner and then cover on the inside. That will startle your evening.
Protect your lips at all times when sitting there.
Yeah, you don't want to ruin those soup coolers.
Oh, strike 3. Now he's going to come back at DeMuth. And he got tossed. He found 2 of those calls to be highly questionable. And Colby's out of this game now.
And I think Colby's got every reason to argue. I just worry about Dana DeMuth kind of leaning into Colby Rasmus a little bit, creating contact as Colby was getting his words out, giving Dana DeMuth an earful, but at the same time bumped him. I'm not too sure that that's going to bode well moving on in the fine department. But you got to be kidding me. I mean, I know that catch is part of the zone, but still, that 3-1 pitch for me was a good 6 inches off the outside corner, and Colby Rasmus didn't appreciate the way Dana DeMuth punched him out. Pretty quick trigger for me too. That bump right there is the one I'm concerned about.
Yeah, you're right.
But I think, don't kid yourself, umpires can antagonize hitters and bring this on a little bit too. There's a little extra oomph in that punch out from Dana. That little nudge right there is the one I worry about. Because the protection is always on the umpire's side. It's not so much on the player's side in that matter.
Now Evan Gattis, 1 for 2 with a run scored. Machado ends the 6th inning with the game tied at 2.
But it's starting to pick up the pace a little bit, and the wind is really blowing. Dust and papers swirling onto the field. All-star ballots. Wow. It's like a mini tornado out there.
That's our Geico quote of the day. And we're going back to a game on May 23rd, 1988. The Astros and the Pirates at Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. And the wind just made it unplayable, although they did get through it. The Astros won the game 3-0.
Tell you what, I'd be out there clicking my heels trying to get out of that mess. There's your tote bag.
Mike Scott was the winning pitcher. And he went to 6-0 in 1988 with that win over John Smiley. That's the closer, Jim Gott. And Mike LaValliere, we were joking that he could click his heels together and go back to Kansas.
Looked like a good idea. That's insane.
Yeah, That was one unusual night in Pittsburgh. There's strike one for Tony Sipp to Pedro Alvarez. Alvarez has a walk and a homer. Pat Neshek is warming up, so Sipp probably comes out after facing this left-handed hitter. He swung and it's 0-2. Now Mike Scott, it was unusual because they did not play the bottom of the ninth because the weather got so bad. So Mike Scott wound up with 8 innings of 4-hit shutout ball, and he didn't have to pitch the ninth but got a complete game. 3-0 the Astros beat the Pirates.
Was it like that the whole game?
Yeah, it just never let up after
Really?
that, so they could never crank it up and finish the game. And I believe that there was quite a bit of consternation. I believe Jim Leland was the manager at the time, on the part of the Pirates, of course, losing 3-0, not getting their final at bat. Foul back. How about this lineup? It'll take you back. Gerald Young, you saw him there. He is in that shot. He was the leadoff man in center field. Billy Hatcher was in left. Jim Pankovitz played second. Glenn Davis at first. Kevin Bass in right. Rafael Ramirez the shortstop. Alex Trevino caught. It was Chuck Jackson at third. And Scotty on the mound that night.
I need to go talk to Alex about that.
Yeah.
If we can see that on his monitor.
Ooh, he can. He got him on another attempt to check a swing. Alvarez strikes out. So that's 2 punch outs since Tony Sipp came in. It's hard to hit with all those papers flying in your face, right?
Too bad Wakefield wasn't pitching in that game. Could you imagine?
That would have been perfect.
I think would have been dancing. There's a lull in the moment.
Yeah.
My goodness. That was an interesting ballpark.
Crazy night. Yeah.
I don't remember the turf ever being dry.
Oh, that's true. There's a lot of rain there. Jonathan Scope. That's in for strike one. Scope is 1 for 2. So I thought maybe Tony Sipp would come out, but he does stay in with a right-handed hitting Scope. Left-handed hitter Flaherty is on deck, so that's why I think Sipp is in this game. Changeup works and it's 0-2. That's what Tony can bring as a left-hander who's so effective against right-handed batters.
He is, and it's really that fastball, split-finger changeup pitch that he has. It's kind of the equalizer for him facing right-handed hitters.
Over first base, that's headed for the right field line, but just foul. Valbuena looked helplessly as he ran in that direction. The way things are going for the Astros, it's not too surprising when balls like that chalk the right field line. What's going on here with John Cangelosi in the dugout?
These guys don't want to do anything, do they?
No.
They did not. It's probably the one time in their career they were thankful they were not playing.
It's walking right into a mini tornado if they go on that field.
I lost Cangelosi in that thing.
And effectively it's the skull and crossbones flag flying above Three Rivers Stadium. I think they ditched that when they moved into PNC, didn't they?
No more Jolly Roger?
No. Struck him out. Well, why not leave him in if he does that well against right-handed batters? And that's been his career trend.
Follow Astros baseball live and stay up to the moment with Game Day. Live highlights, StatCast, and more with the MLB.com @BAT app. Download the app for your phone or tablet now.
You sound very forceful with that now. Okay.
Demanding.
You are. Good salesmanship. Now Ryan Flaherty. Flaherty is 0 for 2. And there's strike one for Tony Sipp. The Astros have some hot hands in their bullpen right now. Will Harris is on a long scoreless streak. Line drive goes foul. Michael Feliz has been dialing it up. Ken Giles is up around 100 again, and Scott Feldman has pitched well. So if this turns into a battle of the pens, and Tillman is still in the game, so we're not sure how long he'll be out here. That could be more of the same in a low-scoring game so far. Sip cuts it off and tosses him out. He's retired 4 in a row. We go to the bottom of the 7th. It's tied at 2.
Bottom 7, so we have a winner in our Chevy Stroh poll. It was a fun one tonight. We were asking you about your favorite Astros unis, and the winner of tonight's Chevy Stroh poll is the rainbow jersey, 56%. It was a runaway. Not really a surprise there for our Chevy Stroh poll. I'm going to bring you up to the mezzanine level, or the club level, I guess I should say, and I'm with Brandon Montalvo, who went to Langham Creek High School, and you played baseball there, obviously. Plays baseball now for Central Arkansas. And he's with a couple of his buddies. I think you guys all play together. What are you guys doing here?
We're here to play for the Southland Conference tournament right now. It starts Wednesday tomorrow. We just got here. Yeah, we're 5th seed. We're playing Lamar at 7. We're really excited. You know, this is the 3rd year in a row that I've been here that we've made it, and hopefully we come in and win the thing. That'd be best.
And yeah, we found the local guy on the team. That's pretty fun for you, though. Is it pretty special for you to play in your hometown and get to play in that tournament?
Yes, I never really get to come home being up in Arkansas, and I love Houston, H-Town. And, you know, I'm just really excited to be back. I know there's a lot of friends and family coming to watch and support, so it's special.
Did you grow up watching the Astros?
Yes, I came here with my mom and dad all the time. Season ticket holders,
I had a feeling. So you're enjoying this time with your friends. Y'all be good up here, okay? And good luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
All right, Brownie, over to you.
All right, good luck to all those guys playing that tournament. Thanks, Julia. There's a ground out by Jason Castro to Davis at first. 3 unassisted for out number 1 in a 2-2 game. Each club with 3 hits, so they're enjoying a moment or two before they go out and take the field tomorrow in that tournament. Good to have them with us tonight. Colin Moran is 0 for 2. A strikeout and a double play ball. So up to 93 pitches now for Tillman. And it's Darren O'Day and Michael Givens warming up in the pen for Baltimore. Givens on the right. Foul back by Colin. It's 1-1. By the way, Phil Boudreau's been keeping track of baseballs used tonight. We had 73 balls used coming into this bottom of the 7th inning. For those of you who are interested, 24,783 the paid attendance.
Well, I thought you were going to say that was the amount of baseballs used this season.
Yeah, right. That would be understating it by
Boots would be doing some counting right there.
Well, we had this question on Twitter. And people are very curious how many balls are used in a game. So we've been keeping tabs on that.
And he's been keeping the average for all season, correct?
No.
Oh, okay.
2 games. Oh, they don't like the Birds, the Cardinals, and the Blue Jays. Moran skims 1 foul. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Of course, the Baltimore Orioles are the old St. Louis Browns. Baltimore started this season 7-0. That's the best start they've ever had since moving to Baltimore. The 1944 St. Louis Browns were 9-0. Struck him out looking. That's number 5. We tell the story from time to time, Blummer, about the Cardinals. We'll go with this first.
Our delivery of the game is delivered to you by Jimmy Johns. Luis Valbuena, 2-run bomb in the 5th. He's also leading in the bat flip category. That was a big one. That is the reason we are tied here at 2.
And it comes up again. 1 for 2 in this game. Tillman, though, has gotten tough. After the Valbuena homer, he walked the next 2, then got Altuve on a line out, and now he's retired 6 in a row. Big rip there by Valbuena, accounting for strike 1. Yeah, I believe it was 44 when the Browns and the Cardinals played each other in the World Series, and both were in St. Louis. This is during World War II, and money was tight, and a lot of things were tight. So believe it or not, the managers of the Cardinals and Browns shared an apartment in St. Louis.
Of course. Oh my goodness.
Because one was always out of town because they were in different leagues.
that is thinking.
Yeah. So now what happens? They play each other in the World Series and somebody's got to move.
Yeah, who kicks who out?
I don't know.
Winner has dibs.
Yeah. That was it. Best record, regular season, or something like that, maybe. I don't know if it was that sophisticated or not.
Go Rochambeau.
1 and 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I thought you were going to set up the possibility of an all-Chicago World Series.
Well, you and Ash, Julia talked about that on the road trip.
Could you imagine?
Oh, that place would explode, wouldn't it?
Sure would.
And I know when you play for the White Sox, you got a pretty good feel for that city, but the Cubs have been so popular and they've drawn so much better over the years. It's always like the White Sox are trying to get even with them. So if they ever could beat the Cubs in a World Series,
oh my gosh,
what difference would that make?
Yeah, if the Cubs could get to a World Series, like you said, that place would just be. Think about how many Cub fans there are across the country and how many of them will be trying to get into that city to see them play in the World Series.
Yes. Rickard in left makes the catch to end the 7th inning, and it's still tied at 2.
Telecast is presented by authority of Houston Astros, LLC, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Houston Astros, LLC.
Quite a ball game tonight. Orioles 2, Astros 2. The hits are even at 3. The Astros have the only error. We go to the 8th inning. 24,783 the paid attendance. Ken Giles is pitcher number 3 for the Astros tonight. Jeff Blum.
He's doing a good job. 9 of his last 10 outings have been scoreless. There you can see those 10 games this month. 2.45 ERA. That ERA getting down gradually. But like you said earlier, the velocity is up, and that's a good sign.
Joey Rickard, the batter. It is a 96 on his first pitch for strike 1 to Rickard, is 0 for 3. Giles has had 7 straight scoreless outings, including against Texas on Saturday night. 1 hitless inning. Out to left center field. Tony Kemp back. He's out of room at the wall, and there, just enough room. I know. Got back early.
Tried to sneak that one up off the wall out there in left field, but Tony Kemp, we talked about how hard it is to play with the roof sometimes and picking up the baseball. How about trying to move into this ballpark, get used to the Crawford box and that little area out there that kind of shoots back towards the bullpen? Well played.
Exactly. Manny Machado homered in the 6th inning to tie it. Big cut there, strike 1. Machado also has a walk. Kemp talked about that as the Astros came home from that trip, and he got ready for his first homestand here, playing right there at the edge of the wall. And he said he would have to get out there early and work on those caroms off that scoreboard wall, and then the part you talked about where it juts back to the bullpen wall.
I think it's smart that he's positioned right on that corner, so he knows if he goes to his right, it's going to be the Crawford box. If he goes to his left, he has some room to move back.
Exactly. 0-2. Generally speaking, if a ball's hit down the left field line, it's a double. And
yeah, you just give that to him, right?
Yep. He's trying to make sure there aren't any triples. Good pitch. Giles has his slider, and he has different breaks on his slider.
It does, and it kind of reminds me of that Brad Lidge slider. That Brad's was pretty consistent at being firm, and then with that late break straight down. But when Giles is going good, you can see that similar break breaking down, as opposed to a slider that's a little more, maybe what, 2 to 8 on the clock if you're looking at it.
Right.
This one had good downward action, but you make a guy like Machado miss by that much. It's a pretty good pitch.
Adam Jones is 0 for 3. Over shortstop. That's kind of a jam shot. He got in on him, but Jones had a quick enough bat to get a 2-out single. We go to Julia Morales.
Thanks, Brownie. It's time for Name That Astro, presented by your local Honda dealer. Here are your clues. A former first-round pick, Storm Chaser, was traded for 3 future All-Stars. Tweet us your best guess. We'll tell you later in the broadcast.
First-round pick was Storm Chaser. Okay. We're trying to think of somebody from Kansas, but that's probably not it. Chris Davis, the batter, he's 0 for 2 with a walk. Brad Lidge helped Ken Giles with throwing his slider when they were together with the Phillies. That's ball 1.
Good move by Ken Giles, listening to Brad Lidge on that wipeout slider that he had.
Yeah, he said they had some great long talks about how to throw the pitch, the grip in particular. It's very tough for the hitter to pick it up. Foul tip, 1-1. And it seemed that maybe he wasn't throwing his fastball as much earlier this year. Maybe it was a lack of confidence, but the miles per hour on his fastball were not where they are right now.
Yeah, I wonder if that had anything to do with him getting away from that fastball.
He said the mechanics were off in his delivery earlier this year. That was a slider, and that is some kind of a pitch. 1-2. Actually, his slider statistically has been harder to hit even than a 100-mile-per-hour fastball.
Well, if you create this kind of movement, I would believe that statement.
Then you put those two together.
Yeah, if you can locate the fastball and set up that slider in, because it jumps out of his hand, and if you initially react to the arm speed, it's going to be tough to catch up to that slider. But again, you don't want to throw it too many times. And what I mean by too many times is maybe back to back to back. You don't want to triple up on those pitches, because good big league hitters, once you see a pitch, you may take it for a strike. The second one you get a piece of it. The third time you see it, there's a good chance if it's in the zone, they're going to put a good pass on it.
That's why I think he's going to throw the fastball here.
I think it would be a good idea. You can see Castro asking for the elevated fastball.
Jam shot, pops it up. Correa to end it in the top of the 8th. No runs, a hit, and a man left. We go to the bottom half. 9-1-2 coming up for Houston. It's tied at 2.
Two apiece between the Orioles and Astros. Academy Sports and Outdoors and the Houston Astros are hitting home runs for Houston, benefiting Houston Children's Charity. Astro leaders in multi-home run games. Doesn't shock you that Jeff Bagwell is at the top of that list with 31. Lance Berkman, Craig Biggio, and the Toy Cannon, Jimmy Wynn.
Now Tony Kemp will lead it off for the Astros. It's a 2-2 game. Bottom of the 8th, George Springer on deck. The new pitchers, Darren O'Day. Chris Tillman in 7 innings allowed the Astros 3 hits, 2 runs, walking 3, fanning 5. O'Day has been very effective this season. Kemp is 0 for 1 with a walk. He delivers, and there's strike 1 for O'Day. 2-1 record, 2 saves, a 2.76 ERA, and a whip just above 1 for Darren O'Day. About the job he's done against lefties with that delivery. Kemp puts it in the air. Here's Machado tracking it toward the left field line. He gives way to Rickard. 1 out. 2 years ago on this date, here was George Springer's first 2 home run game.
The Rainbows. Throwback for both sides, Seattle and Houston, but George Springer was driving them way back.
In this game, he's been on twice with a single and a walk. O'Day is 33 years old. Began his career with the Angels. Out into right center field. Here's Adam Jones with a long run, and that will be a sliding attempt, but no catch. And here's Springer into second base with a hustling double. Trumbo couldn't get there, and Springer is on for the 3rd time tonight.
Man, is he fast.
That's his 7th double of the year. Adam Jones was in an all-out sprint.
This is kind of dropped in that Bermuda Triangle out there behind the second baseman, with both Trumbo and Jones converging. And with both of them hustling, that ball kicked off Trumbo and gets past Adam Jones. That hit Trumbo in the side of the head.
Yeah, it sure did.
But the hustling, George Springer sprinting into second base.
That could be very big.
And the reason George is in that leadoff spot isn't because of just leading off the ball game. It's because he can swing the bat and create situations where he puts himself in scoring position all by himself.
Jose Altuve is 0 for 3, and Springer does run well, as you saw. Foul ball for Altuve, strike one. Jake Marisnick, who went in to play center field when Colby Rasmus was tossed out of the game, is in the cleanup spot in the lineup. Correa's on deck. O'Day was in 68 games last year for the Birds with a 1.52 ERA. Altuve dribbles one foul, 0-2. Tough arm angle for a right-handed batter. O'Day has been nails against the Houston Astros in his career. One for 6 tonight for the Astros. Giles pitched to Scoreless, top of the 8th. Luke Gregerson's working in the bullpen now. Altuve to center. Springer going back. Here's a deep drive. Adam Jones way back. Jones with a tremendous catch. Tagged by Springer. And easily he'll move to third on a bolt to center by Altuve. Hit that ball 400 feet for out number 2.
We haven't really talked to the fact that it has been tough luck for the Astros when they do actually square the ball up. Things like this happen where they drive it to center field where there's plenty of room for a good outfielder like Adam Jones to get back and make the play, or it's a line drive right at somebody. So not only are they struggling in the luck department too.
Carlos Correa is 0 for 3 tonight. Darren O'Day has appeared 12 times against the Astros in his career and has never given up a run. In 12 innings, he had only allowed 2 hits. Walking 5 and fanning 12. Strike one. Marisnick on deck. Two. O'Day struck out 82 in 65 innings last year.
Two-pitch pitcher with that fastball and slider. Very similar to Joe Smith out in Anaheim.
Liner, and it's caught by Scope. The Astros are not finding holes despite some hard hit balls tonight. We go to the 9th, 2-2.
The Astros. And it's time to name that Astro, brought to you by your local Honda dealer. Your clues: former first-round pick, storm chaser, and traded for 3 future All-Stars. Twitter did pretty good. It's the Big Bopper, Glenn Davis. Did you guys know this one?
Storm chaser, no.
I did not. A
You
lot of
stumped
people
us
on
again.
Twitter did.
Yeah. They're good. Luke Gregerson comes in, 2-2 game, top of the 9th inning. Ken Giles in 1 inning, allowed 1 hit, no runs, had a strikeout. Gregerson's 0-1 with 9 saves and 12 opportunities. Mark Trumbo leads it off. Trumbo's 0 for 3. That's strike 1 for Gregerson. Matt Wieters on deck. Pedro Alvarez due up 3rd in the inning. Baltimore is warming up a right-hander, Brad Brock. The Astros will have Marisnick, Gaddis, and Castro due up in the bottom of the 9th. 0-2. So, very good relief work for Houston tonight. Sip went an inning and a third. He was perfect, striking out 3. Prior to Giles with his good 8th inning. And now Gregerson strikes out Trumbo, leading off the 9th. Go back to Carlos Correa.
We talked about the luck the Astros aren't having, and this is what I'm talking about. Line drives, just atom balls. Well struck, and you can see the frustration setting in on Carlos Correa.
Lined out to center back in the 4th inning with a runner in scoring position.
One of the few sports you can do everything right and have nothing to show for it.
Matt Wieters now 0 for 3. Ooh, trying to bunt his way on. Did it hit him out of the box in fair territory? He would have been out had it, but that's not the ruling of Dana DeMuth.
Yeah, I think it bounced up and got him while he was still in the box.
DeMuth is drawing the ire of Astros fans anyway for tossing out Colby Rasmus.
See, I think it gets him.
Ooh.
But AJ, smart managing right there to go out while the people are booing the home plate umpire, just to kind of keep them going.
Okay. It was hard to tell from that angle behind the hitter whether Wieters first made contact with the ball when he was in foul territory, and then the ball got pushed into fair territory. Ooh. 0-2.
He was trying to hit that ball off El Grande out there.
Sure was, and it was at 79 miles per hour. A little bit behind his bat. One-two to Wieters. And it stays at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gregerson just turned 32 10 days ago. With his first appearance of this season, he was at 500 for his career. Line into left field for a hit. Wieters is aboard with a 1-out single for Alvarez now. He tried to bunt, but wound up banging out a line drive single. Alvarez has walked, homered, and struck out. Scope is on deck. Houston native Paul Janisch is among the bench players tonight for the Orioles. Ball 1. 2-0. Rangers lead the Angels 3-1. They're in the bottom of the 8th in Arlington. Josh Hamilton will miss the season. Knee surgery. 2 balls, 1 strike to Alvarez. Omar Mazara hit his 7th home run tonight for the Rangers. Martin Perez was their starter, and he pitched shutout ball for 6. Now 2-2 for Gregerson. Jolie Chacin started tonight for the Angels, so the Astros may be seeing him on Sunday in Anaheim. Struck him out after falling behind 2-0. Scope is next.
Good job battling back from Luke Gregerson. Alvarez with that front shoulder flying, trying to go deep again, has no shot at that sinker running away from him.
Scope has a single in 3 trips. The Angels are 21-24. They're 5.5 behind front-running Seattle, and 4 behind second-place Texas right now. Strike. Albert Pujols with a big walk-off. He's had some hits that have been meaningful the last 10 days or so after not doing much. Good tight slider makes it 0-2 on Scope.
Gregerson's looking sharp.
He is. A lot of the fans get up. One ball, 2 strikes with Flaherty on deck. Resnick shades a few steps toward left center field for Scope. Foul back. Going. Here's a throw from Castro to Altuve, and he slides in underneath as the throw pulls Altuve back to his left, and he can't get the tag on the sliding Wieters. First steal for Wieters, his first attempt.
That was a tough pitch for Castro to try and throw on. Granted, a perfect throw would have had Wieters, but Gregerson not paying any attention to Wieters. High leg kick and a slider. Tough combination to throw on if you're a catcher.
7th career steal for Wieters and 9 tries. Grounded wide of third. There's Colin Moran, and he won't make a throw. Infield hit for Scope. Must not have had a good grip on the baseball. Now it's 1st and 3rd and 2 outs, and Ryan Flaherty comes up.
Playing way off that line, goes down there, makes a good pickup on it, but really didn't look like he had any intention of trying to get Scope running down to first base.
Nope.
Didn't want to risk an errant throw.
Wieters to third now. First and third and 2 outs for Flaherty. Flaherty 0 for 3. That's ball 1. Yeah, ideally he makes the throw and hits the third out of the inning, but of course people will be asking him after the game why he chose not to make that throw. I'm sure he had solid reasons.
Yeah, and I'm not. We've seen Colin Moran play, but I haven't seen him enough to understand how good his arm strength is. For me personally, I would have liked to have seen the throw. He was in a good position to throw the ball. The only reason I say is because sometimes right-handed hitters will take that big swing, chop one, and all their momentum is going with the swing away from first base. Sometimes it takes them a step or two to get going in the right direction towards first. And a good strong throw might make it bang bang. You know, if it's a good enough throw, maybe you get the call, get out of the inning.
2-1 now to Flaherty. The closer for Baltimore, Zach Britton, is warming up.
As if the bottom falls out of that sinker.
Yeah, it wound up below the zone, as you can see there. A lot of late action downward on it. Now 3-1. Rickard's on deck.
Fans showing some love for Dana Demuth. Pretty impressed with how Flaherty laid off that.
Yep. Flaherty's walked 6 times this season. And make it number 7 as that loads the bases. That's the 4th walk for Astros pitching. Number 1 for Gregerson. Bases loaded now for Rickard, who's 0 for 4. Mentioned that Rickard had reached base safely in each of his first 14 major league games, and he hit safely in 13. The Orioles club record at the start of the season was set by Davey Johnson. In for strike 1. Back in 1971, Davey Johnson hit in the first 17 games of the season for Baltimore. Now Marisnick moving over to his right. 0-2 to Rickard. Now Marisnick's moving back to his left. He got him on strikes. Luke Gregerson puts out the Orioles with the bases loaded to escape the top of the 9th inning threat. Now the Astros try to win it in their final at bat. Marisnick, Addison Castro due up. It's tied at 2. Baseball on Root Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Toyota, let's go places. Ripping ball game here. Orioles 2, Astros 2. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. And for the Astros, it'll be their 4, 5, 6 hitters. Marisnick, Gaddis, and Castro against pitcher number 3 of the night for Buck Showalter. He is Brad Brock, and he's 4-0 with a 1.16 ERA.
Making his 20th appearance. Another part of this great Orioles bullpen. He's been pitching extremely well on the road. Fastball around 94 miles an hour, slider, and a changeup.
Jake Marisnick, who entered the game when Colby Rasmus was ejected, is up for the first time. He's hitting 116, no homers, 1 RBI. 95 miles per hour, ball 1. 121 this month for Jake Marisnick, who returned from the minor leagues. He's had 43 major league at bats. Fouls that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. He went down for about 10 days to the minors. Last couple of games there, felt that he was swinging the bat better. Now trying to get something started in this 2-2 game in the bottom of the 9th.
Just takes 1 mistake.
It takes a close one. It's 2-1. He had a hit, which was a double, and a walk Sunday against Texas. He's hit safely in 4 of his last 6 starts, trying to do it off the bench here. Off the mask of Wieters. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Marisnick now had started 10 of 18 games since his recall from AAA May 5th, and that's been one of the projects of A.J. Hinch to get Jake going.
I think the biggest thing for Jake is to understand he doesn't have to go out there and hit 290, 300. If they could just get a solid 250 out of this guy with the defense that he plays in center field, that's a solid addition to this lineup.
Fouled away. If he can do something big here, leading to a win in the bottom of the 9th, that could be the start of something for Jake. Premier defensive player. Now it's 3-2.
It's a gutsy take.
It sure is. Especially in view of what happened to Colby Rasmus earlier.
I agree. That's well within range.
Fly ball to right field toward the line for Trumbo. 1 out. Evan Gaddis singled and scored in the 5th. He's 1 for 3. Brock with that batting average against him, 160. That's allowed just 13 hits in 23 2/3 innings. He's only given up 1 homer. His whip is below 1. Walks and hits per innings pitched. That is outstanding. There's ball 1 to Gaddis. Jason Castro on deck. The left fielder back, Rickard. 2 outs. And now it's Castro coming up. Astros have 2 wins in their final at bat. Castro 0 for 2 with a walk. Colin Moran is on deck. They beat Cleveland in that 16 inning affair before leaving on the road trip to Boston and Chicago. Strike to Castro. It's a wicked pitch. Throws a split-fingered fastball for his changeup. 1-1. Usually guys with the drop-down delivery of an O'Day have to be resourceful, especially against left-handed hitters. Rock's got that high-octane stuff you talked about. And he still does it. What's a call there? Now Castro did not like that one bit. 1-2.
Man, game's hard enough as it is.
Try to do something with that pitch. In the dirt. 2-2. This is a pronounced infield shift. Flaherty all the way out in shallow right field. Fouled away. Good battle here for Castro. The Astros are 5-10 in one-run games, and they've had a lot coming their way here the last couple of weeks. To left field, Rickard with the catch, creating extra innings tonight at Minute Maid Park. After 9, it's Baltimore 2, Houston 2. Extra innings are brought to you by Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Game summary catches you up to date in case you've been out. Baltimore with a 26-16 record took the lead. The Astros then grabbed a 2-1 lead with 2 in the 5th inning. Then Baltimore tying it. They've had a couple of solo homers by Alvarez and Machado. The Astros had a 2-run shot from Valbuena. So all 4 of the runs scoring on long balls, and the Astros now turn to Will Harris as they move to extra innings for the 6th time this year.
It's a lot of extra inning games. But Will Harris out there making his 20th appearance. Outstanding numbers from this young man. Remember, he's a waiver claim. What other teams didn't see him. The Astros have done well watching. Great numbers.
18 straight scoreless appearances for Will Harris. Manny Machado leads it off in the 10th. He homered in the 6th. He's 1 for 3 with a walk. liner toward the right field corner will be foul for strike one. Over those last 18 appearances for Harris, he has 18 1/3 consecutive scoreless innings. That's the longest streak by an Astros pitcher since Wilton Lopez had a 20 consecutive scoreless inning streak from July through August 24th of 2010. That's the longest active scoreless streak. Correa gets Machado, 1 out. Luke Gregerson got that big strikeout on Joey Rickard to end the 9th inning. In 1 inning, he allowed 2 hits, no runs with 1 walk and struck out 3. And Harris is pitcher number 5 now for A.J. Hinch. Adam Jones has a single in 4 trips. Astros have the bottom 3 in the order, 2 up in the last of the 10th inning. Moran, Valbuena, and Kemp. For the Astros, this is their 5th extra inning games in their last 16 games. Breaking pitch, strike 1. Harris gets a swing on a pitch in the dirt, and it's 0-2 to Jones. Now going back to May 7th, the Astros lost in the 10th here to Seattle 3-2. Then they beat Cleveland here in the 16th on May 11th. They lost an 11-inning contest at Boston 6-5 May 14th, and then at Chicago they won in the 11th 6-5 on May 17th. 1-2. You find a team that's been struggling to hit that win column more often than not does not do it easily, right? It's not going to be a 10-1 win to snap a 4-game losing streak or anything like that. It's going to be a hard-fought battle.
Yeah, baseball is a grind. Just amazing when you have it as good as they did last year to find yourself in so many situations like this year.
It's a totally different feel to the season.
Not that last year they didn't work for it. They earned it last year, but it just seems that things this year are just that much harder to try and attain.
True. Two and 2 to Adam Jones. Allen knocks the mask off Castro. Stay in there, 2 and 2.
Pretty good hammer. Wow, that one bounced off the ground and came up underneath the chin of Jason Castro.
Sure did. Might have hit him on the foot too. Adam Jones hit a big home run in a 1-0 win against Detroit May 13th. That was his 200th career homer. He was a first-round pick of Seattle in 2003.
Oh, we've seen a lot worse called a strike. For whatever reason, that ball. This is a great pitch from Will Harris in a tough count. Just off that bottom part of the zone. You can see even Adam Jones wasn't too sure that was going to be called a ball.
Struck him out.
Tell you what, Will Harris has been pretty impressive in this situation in a 3-2 count. Just missed the bottom part of the zone, yet came right back with another one of those cutters at 93 miles an hour to get the punch out of Adam Jones. Great sequence, good battle.
Chris Davis is 0 for 3 with a walk. In for strike one. Harris is just one of those guys. He's tough as nails, isn't he?
He is. Nice calm demeanor up there too, but when he's attacking that strike zone, he means business.
He's the John Wayne sort. Actions speak pretty loudly. He doesn't use too many words. 0-2. A.J. Hinch says he just wants the ball. He doesn't care what the situation is. Doesn't have much to say about it. Quietly gets the job done. But it's spectacular to watch how he does it. And he struck him out. Powerful inning. Dodging around that call. And now we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Valbuena hit the 2-run homer in the 5th. He'll be due up second in the bottom of the 10th. Bullpens have been keeping that score tied at 2. The Astros got the Luis Valbuena 5th inning homer for a 2-1 lead. Then in the 6th, Baltimore found the tying blast from Manny Machado. Since the 6th inning, there has not been any runs scored. And now we go to the bottom of the 10th. Astros fans wanting a game-winning rally. Scott Feldman is going to work in the bullpen. Colin Moran steps up to start it. He's 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts and a double play ball. So 0 for 10 to start his major league career. Brad Brock out for his 2nd inning. He had a 1-2-3 ninth. And that one broke a bat, I believe. On the foul ball at strike 1.
Tell you what, a walk-off homer would be a good story to tell your kids for your first big league hit,
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Colin Moran was drafted 6th overall in 2013 by Miami. He and Jake Marisnick both coming to Houston in the trade, along with Francis Martes for Jared Kozak, Kike Hernandez. Fastball makes it 0-2. That's pretty close to home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Steady diet of heaters to Colin Moran up in the zone.
30-year-old Brad Brock working. He's a native of New Jersey. And he gets a punch out on a foul tip. There's a 3-2 pitch in the 5th inning to Luis Valbuena.
hanging Cambio. And Senor Valbuena got a hold of it. Launch that one deep into the night in right field. Only 2 runs accounted for the Houston Astros in this game. Good time for a multi-home run game.
Ooh. He's 1 for 3. And tight ball 1. I mentioned the Astros have had 2 wins in their final at bat. One of those at Chicago against the White Sox May 17th. The other one, that 16th inning win over Cleveland here. So that's the only time they've really gotten to celebrate that last at bat home victory this year. Tony Kemp on deck. Feldman warming up for Houston, as we mentioned. Liner, and there's the third baseman Flaherty throwing and not getting him, but quite an effort by Flaherty out in right field. He almost robbed Valbuena, who gets a single. Ryan Flaherty really made a play.
Even their Rockets that should be base hits aren't turning into base hits too easily. He had to earn that one after smoking that ball. High drive over Chris Davis's head. Yet Flaherty positioned perfectly. It was a tough play for Chris Davis to try and make the leap and get back to the bag in time to make this pick.
Yeah, it was. With the range of Flaherty and then diving for a ball up the right field line and making a one-hop throw that could have been a spectacular out, number 2. Quite an effort by Flaherty. Now it's Tony Kemp. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. That was hit number 5 for Houston. Second one for Valbuena. George Springer's on deck. Valbuena has not attempted a steal this season. The Astros lead the league with 39 stolen bases this year. That'll be out of play. Valbuena had 1 stolen base attempt last year. In his career, he's 7 for 20. No balls, 2 strikes to Tony Kemp. Vanderbilt and grew up in a suburb of the city that houses Vanderbilt, Franklin, Tennessee. Kemp was the SEC Player of the Year in 2013. 2014, his second year in pro ball after being drafted in the 5th round. He led the minors in runs scored with 121. Last year divided the season between AA and AAA. 1 and 2. Kemp also won a Gold Glove in the minors last year. He hit that one twice. It came up, hit the bat a second time. Stays at 1 and 2.
Now with that ejection of Colby Rasmus brought Jake Marisnick into this game. I wonder if that hadn't happened, Marisnick was on the bench and was able to pinch run for Luis Valbuena here. Because we know Jake can steal a bag, get himself into scoring position with that stolen base, but they don't have the opportunity to use him because he is in due to the fact that Colby was ejected.
2 and 2. Michael Givens is warming up for Baltimore, a right-hander. was up a few innings ago.
Have you had a chance to watch him pitch yet?
No.
Oh, man. I'd really like to see Astros score right here so we can avoid that. He has got some kind of funk.
Sidearmer, huh?
Yeah, it brings it firm. Got a turbo slider, too.
Well, Bueno might have jammed a finger there going back into first. Now a full count.
Pretty good AB by Tony Kemp right here.
Yes. He's had good batting averages throughout the minor leagues.
I would not be a fan of sending Luis Valbuena unless A.J. Hinch has ultimate confidence in the fact that Tony Kemp can avoid the strikeout.
Yeah.
You would just hate for that inning to end with the strike him out, throw him out.
Exactly. So far, Kemp has struck out once in 11 major league at bats. Two outs. Good call, Plummer. Now George Springer. He's 2 for 3 with a walk. Wieters is being asked to come out to the mound by Brock.
You've got yourself an interesting situation. The top part of the lineup for the Houston Astros, when they are winning, that top part is doing well.
It's been a good night for Springer. Before the game, A.J. Hinch called him a rare talent who could hit in any one of the top 5 or 6 spots in the lineup. Out into center field for his 3rd hit of the game. Bueno to second. And Springer with 3 hits and a walk tonight will probably be leading off tomorrow night.
Good call, Brownie.
Now Marlon Gonzalez is going to come out to pinch run for Luis Valbuena.
Again, that situation for George Springer, just keep the train moving. What he did is put Valbuena's spot, who's now being pinch ran, like Brownie said, for Marlon Gonzalez, puts that runner in scoring position. Nice and easy, stay up the middle. Good AB.
Adam Jones threw behind him. Now we get a pitching move for Buck Showalter. Brad Brock out of the game. Jose Altuve will be hitting with the game on the line when we come back with Gibbons coming in. More in a moment. Runners at first and second, and 2 outs for Jose Altuve, who is 0 for his last 12. And you talked about this reliever, Michael Givens, who's in the game now, and how difficult he's been. 0-1 with a 2.08 ERA, but great stuff. And this month he has parlayed that into a 0 ERA, Plummer.
Yeah, he used to be a shortstop, apparently signed as one in 2010, but he's got a little turn, puts his back to the hitter, and then he comes out there throwing from that low 3/4 position and throws 93 to 94 miles an hour, but that slider from that arm angle that he comes at you is pretty difficult to square up.
Altuve fouls it back. This is the first time the Astros have faced Michael Givens, who is 26 years old, from Tampa, Florida. He went to Plant High School. Altuve has 3 career walk-off hits. 0 for 4 tonight. 3 fly balls to center and a line out. And the appeal went to first. It goes Altuve's way. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Givens came up last June 24th to make his major league debut, and since then he's 5th among American League relievers with 11.98 strikeouts per 9 innings. Line drive caught by Davis. Another line out for the Astros. They are hitting in some tough luck tonight. We go to the 11th inning and it's still tied 2-2. Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. 2-2. We go to the 11th inning, and Scott Feldman will be pitching for Houston. He will be the 6th hurler for A.J. Hinch. Let's check the bullpen action for tonight.
Yeah, the bullpen's been good, backing up a strong start from Doug Fister. Good stuff, battling out of some tough situations back into that bullpen, pitching just like they did last year. Tony Sipp, Ken Giles, Gregerson, Will Harris, and now you've got Scott Feldman in there. Good numbers, zeros in the right spot.
4 1/3 scoreless innings for those 4 combined. Now Scott Feldman, former Oriole, comes in to work against Mark Trumbo in the 11th. Trumbo's 0 for 4. And there's strike 1. Feldman has pitched very well as a reliever after opening the season as the number 4 starter for the Astros. He made 4 starts and then went to the bullpen after his 4th start against Boston here, and foul back. That was April 24th, but he has really done well in this relief role.
It's done wonders for his velocity. Usually when he came out of starting, he would pitch between 87, 89 miles an hour, but now he's been right around that 90 range, and he's jumped up to 93 every once in a while.
Bounces the breaking pitch. 1-2 to Trumbo with Matt Wieters on deck. Pedro Alvarez due up 3rd in the inning. There's action in the Baltimore bullpen. So So this battle of the bullpens wears on to the 11th. He swung, and Trumbo strikes out. 13 punch-outs for Astros pitchers tonight. Wieters is 1 for 4. He singled in the 9th. That ties the Astros strikeout high for a game this season. Lefty Zach Britton is tuning it up for Baltimore. It's the 3rd time the Astros pitchers have struck out 13 in a game. Wieters fouling that one back, falls behind 0-1. Feldman has not allowed a run in 5 of his 7 relief appearances since he went to the pen. You saw the numbers overall as a reliever, looking very good for Scott. One and one. A lot of times an established starting pitcher would take that as a negative if he were sent to the bullpen. And Scott Feldman has not done that. Just a little nap before the bottom of the 11th. That youngster wants to make some noise before he goes home. 2 balls and a strike.
Hanging in there.
Wide open. Foul back, and it's 2-2. You talked about the increase in velocity for Scott Feldman. A.J. Hinch has mentioned that, the fact that he can use him now in different situations. He can bring him in, we'll say, with men on base and 2 outs in an inning to get a big out, get out of trouble, or to go multiple innings. His first relief outing was 3 hitless innings in Oakland. Extra bases, it looks like, into the left field corner. Kemp will have to chase it down. Here's Wieters into second, and he just slaps a double inside the third base bag with 1 out. That's his 2nd hit of the night, double number 6 of the year for Wieters.
Really didn't have to do much with this pitch. Just kind of redirected in the vicinity of nobody but the umpire, who has no glove or opportunity to make a play.
Now Nolan Reimold comes out to pinch run for Wieters. Caleb Joseph will be getting ready to put on the catching gear. Well, Wieters comes through with the 1-out double and sets it up for Pedro Alvarez. Alvarez homered in the 5th inning. He's 1 for 3 with a walk. First base open here with Jonathan Scope, the batter. And then Flaherty would follow. Out of play. There's strike 1 on Alvarez. Feldman was traded by the Cubs to Baltimore in that deal we talked about earlier, and then Astros signed him as a free agent. In for a strike. 0-2 to Alvarez. In that 2013 season, dividing it between the Cubs and Baltimore, Scott was 12-12 with a 3.86 ERA, and then moved into Houston, where he became an opening day starter for the Astros. He's really been a good stabilizing influence since he arrived here. 1-2.
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet that move to the bullpen is not something that Feldman wanted to do, but handling it professionally, going out there doing a job, helping this ball club out. And in turn, he's been very good.
Bounce to first base, Marwin Gonzalez. 2 outs, Reimold to third. Jonathan Scope comes up. Scope is 2 for 4. Flaherty's on deck. Colin Moran's playing even with a bag at third. Strike one. One in the bottom half of the 11th inning. The Astros have Correa, Marisnik, and Gaddis scheduled to bat. Altuve lined out in the 5th inning for the 3rd out with runners at 1st and 2nd. He lined out in the 10th inning for the 3rd out. And now one hopper, he knocks it down from his knees and makes a big play in this game, getting Jonathan Scope as the Orioles get some tough luck with a hard hit ball for the 3rd out. No runs, a hit, a runner stranded. Can the Astros find a way to pull it out in the 11th? It's 2-2. Astros 2, bottom of the 11th inning. And we have a new catcher in the game. Caleb Joseph is doing the catching now for Baltimore after Matt Wieters left for the pinch runner Nolan Reimold. And the Astros with Jose Altuve and company hope to be celebrating something here soon. Bottom of the 11th inning. Carlos Correa leads it off. Correa lined out with a runner at 2nd for the final out in the 8th inning. Altuve has lined out twice with men on base for the final outs. Correa 0 for 4. Moves back from ball 1, and then the Orioles just had a hard hit ball by Scope with a runner at 3rd to end the top of the 11th inning with Altuve making the play. Seven hits for Baltimore, 6 for Houston. 1-1. Well, we talked earlier about all the strikeouts. And tonight we've seen, you talk about good things happening when you put the bat on the ball. We've seen some bad things happening with the bat on the ball tonight.
Yeah. It's just not fair when you put everything together and do what you're supposed to do. Get a good pitch, barrel it up, guy in scoring position, but you hit it right at somebody. Carlos Correa with some of that frustration. And then this inning right here, just within arm's reach, a couple of feet either way, this game goes a different way. You're probably in your car on the way home.
Yeah. Still 1-2. Chris Davis made that play on Altuve. Scope made the 2 catches. Altuve and Correa lining out to him. That's the way they play it on Correa. Pretty much straight up for Carlos. He hits to all fields. And that's a punch out to open the last of the 11th inning for Givens. Brad Brock went 1 2/3 innings, allowing 2 hits, no runs, had no walks, struck out 2. Now Marisnick, he fouled out to the right fielder Trumbo in the 9th inning, came in for the ejected Colby Rasmus after the 6th inning. Evan Gattis is on deck. Scope is waiting in shallow right field. You're right. This guy's tough to hit. 2 outs.
Yeah, he does not look like a comfortable AB.
Gattis singled and scored in the 5th on the Valbuena 2-run homer. He's 1 for 4. Mariners lead the Athletics 2-1. They're in the bottom of the 5th in Seattle. Strike 1. Tampa Bay Rays beat the Marlins 4-3 in Miami. A win for Jake Odorizzi, a loss for Tom Kohler. Jesus Colomé saved his 12th. One ball and 1 strike. Rangers beat the Angels 4-1 in Arlington. Texas now 26-20. They called up Joey Gallo. 2 balls and a strike.
Get Yu Darvish back this weekend too.
Yeah, that's true. He'll be pitching Saturday. Gattis fouls it away. That makes it 2-2.
It's got to make for interesting conversation, that first name being you. Some of those organizational meetings.
Yeah, it could be very confusing. You're
so
right.
if you feels good,
yeah,
can we use you?
Now, if you only had a fastball like you, pop back. Bill Boudreau has kept account of all the baseballs being used in this game. We're at 119 right now.
My goodness.
Three-2 to Gattis. Struck him out to send this game to the 12th, tied 2-2. Let's move to inning number 12. Scott Feldman, one of 6 pitchers used by Houston, will begin his second inning of work. Number 9 hitter Ryan Flaherty steps up for Baltimore. Flaherty is 0 for 3 with a walk. Joey Rickard on deck. Manny Machado due up third in the inning for the O's, who about hit the Astros 7-6. 9 men left for Baltimore, 6 stranded for Houston. Slap foul. There is strike 1.
Come on, Scotty. Come on, Scott.
Flaherty wants another bat. Well, the Astros have former starters here in the bullpen now with Feldman and Chris Davinsky, so that can help them out when the games extend to multiple extra innings. Plummer.
Yeah, there are a couple guys out there with starting experience and have those arms lengthened out a little bit so they can eat up some innings here in this extended ball game.
You like extended ball games, don't you?
Nope.
At least you're honest.
Regular season extra inning games, not so much fun.
Yeah. You like those World Series extra inning games.
I was going to say that when you play games that really count, like I know these count, but I'm saying when they really have an impact on an ALDS, ALCS, those types of games, then everybody's kind of, you're a little more intent on going out there and battling and really grinding.
Yeah, those are riveting games, those postseason games.
Where you're hanging on every pitch.
Or pennant race games late in the year.
Mm-hmm. But these games right here, they may impact, not necessarily right now, but you may look back during the course of the season and go, this is a game that may have turned it.
Exactly.
Or impacted us being a game out, not able to get into that wild card or pennant.
Yeah. Foul ball. Keeps the count at 2-2 for Flaherty.
We've set a record for how many times a ball has been swung or bunted at and ended up hitting the batter, bouncing up.
I think it's happened at least 7 or 8 times.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
We always try to quantify these things. Hey, have you ever seen? No.
We can't say that about this now.
No. Struck him out. Second punch out for Scott Feldman.
There's a filthy backdoor cutter. Flaherty gave up on it, just a slight little cut coming back, and a great frame job from Jason Castro leads to that punch out.
Good view from the side. Now to the top of the lineup again. Joey Rickard 0 for 5. Lining it to left field. If one hops the wall, Tony Kemp will have to play it on a bounce throw towards second base. There's a double for Rickard. His first hit of the night is double number 7 of the year for Rickard.
It's good old-fashioned ambush right here from Rickard. Again, location missed badly by Scott Feldman, and Rickard makes him pay for it.
Now we'll get an intentional pass to Manny Machado. Astros choosing not to pitch to Machado, who homered in the 6th inning, walked in the 1st. They put him on, and Adam Jones will be batting with runners at 1st and 2nd and 1 out here in the 12th. Machado's 5 for 11 with 2 homers against Feldman. Adam Jones is 2 for 22 against Feldman. Pretty solid choice. Jones has 1 hit tonight and 5 at bats. Jones singled in the 8th inning. And Ken Giles was on the mound. Jones has grounded into 8 double plays. That is tops on the Orioles. Altuve going near the bag at second. Feldman bounces it up there. Ball 1.
Great stop by Castro. Not easy to do with that breaking ball so far out in front of home plate.
Yeah, true. And keeping the double play in order is really important here. Altuve's close to second base, but Feldman went ahead and pitched with him in that position on the last pitch. And now it's a pickoff play.
It's almost as if Altuve's holding him on.
Yep.
Good boy.
Got to clean that bag off.
Yeah, get off my base, said Greg Gibson. Dirtying it all up.
Now Altuve that time got back to his left to take his position before the pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wonder if there had maybe been a pickoff signaled on the pitch before that, but no throw was made. Because you really don't want to throw that pitch with a guy out of position.
Yeah.
Now he's just standing there at the bag. Foul ball makes it 1-2. So Altuve is showing some different looks to the Orioles on trying not to give away his plan, but sometimes he moves back to his left after starting at second base just to make sure. And that's a critical run there, represented by Rickard.
Yeah, and Rickard may not be stealing, but still Altuve, if he can keep him a little bit closer to the bag, maybe that's one extra step that the Astro outfielders have to make a throw to home plate to get the out.
Declared foul. Still 1-2 to Adam Jones. Padres 1, Giants 1. They're in the bottom of the 6th in San Francisco. Jeff Samardzija pitching for the Giants against Andrew Cashner. John Jay hit his 2nd home run for the Padres. Jones takes it. It's ball 2. Well, Giants have had a pretty good run lately, and they are atop the NL West by 4.5 games on the Dodgers. Giants are the only team in the NL West above 500 right now.
Shouldn't be any surprise. It's an even year.
True. Foul away. Good battle here for Adam Jones. He's only walked 11 times this year. .7% double plays grounded into out of the 35 chances. He's hitting .308 though with men in scoring position. Adam Jones last year walked just 24 times. He had 546 at bats. He's up there to swing the bat, Plummer.
Yeah, he is. Can't argue with it though. In the past, he's done a very good job of swinging that bat.
Sure has. For a center fielder who plays as well as he does defensively and then delivers runs and hits with power, that's the total package.
Yeah, it is.
And you've got the Mike Trouts of the world. It's a good era for power hitting center fielders.
Young shortstops too.
Yeah. Up the middle players. Just premium offensive players these days. Pick off at second. Whoa, Altuve might have saved the ball game. That ball probably goes to the wall in left center field if he doesn't stop it with his glove.
Yeah, Jake playing to the right of second base from our vantage point here behind home plate. You can see a wide open gap in left center field. That would have been interesting.
Well, the Astros have been working and working and working on Rickard here.
Yeah, and I think this conversation between Castro and Feldman might be, hey, let's redirect the attention towards home plate, worry about this hitter. Let Altuve try and keep the runner at second base or as near second base as he can.
He's still alive. Still 2-2.
Oh, man, I don't appreciate Adam Jones's refusal to make an out here.
Chris Davis on deck. This will be the 9th pitch coming to Adam Jones. He made an out. 2 down now on the strikeout of Jones.
Good battle between Feldman and Jones, and Feldman wins with the breaking ball here to get the punch out.
Davis is 0 for 4 with a walk. Trumbo on deck with the shift on. Fouled away by Davis, strike 1. Nate Carnes and the Mariners have a 2-1 edge on the Athletics. They're in the top of the 6th in Seattle. Oh, 2 to Davis. And he just fouled it. Feldman put it in a good spot. He struck him out to end the threat in the 12th inning. No runs, a hit, 2 men left. The Astros hold firm with a bullpen. 2-2 in the 12th. Park in the middle of the 12th inning. The fans take a little stretch, some of them. Wave a towel and get ready for the bottom of the 12th inning now. Castro, Moran, and Gonzalez due up for Houston. Jason Castro's 0 for 3 with a walk. Michael Givens remaining in this game. He's retired 4 in a row. He came in to get to Altuve on that line drive in the 10th inning. Michael Feliz is warming up for Houston. Castro struck out, walked, grounded to first, and flied to left. And with a shift on, he looks at ball 1.
The good thing about this game right now, Brownie, is that I'm on West Coast time.
Oh, that's true.
I'm raring to go.
You got some staying power. You can be here without any problem until about 2 a.m.
Sound hopeful.
1-1. Oh, yeah. That's the beauty of it, though. We just don't know. Showing bunt. He takes a strike. 1-2. Have you ever done a game alone?
Is that a threat, Brownie?
No. Just kidding. There have been, coming into this bottom of the inning, 331 pitches thrown tonight. 132 different baseballs have been used. Not that we're counting, though. It's 2-2. Castro had that walk-off homer against the Dodgers here last year. 1 out. Third strikeout for Michael Givens. Colin Moran gets another opportunity to get his first major league hit. 0 for 4 tonight with 3 strikeouts. 0 for 11 as a major leaguer.
If there ever was a time to cheat and try and get the head out on somebody, that would be the Moran-Givens matchup right here.
Yes. Strike for Givens. Marwin Gonzalez is in the on-deck circle. Broken bat looper. Davis can't get to it in foul territory. 0-2. They are seriously going after him inside tonight. It's a third different bat Colin has been forced to use tonight because of the broken ones.
Speed up that big league bat order.
Well, the swing and miss rate against Michael Givens is 30.7%. That's 4th among Orioles relievers. That tells you what kind of a strikeout pen they have.
Man.
1-2. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes to Colin. Third base is developing into quite a position of strength in the Astros minor league system now.
Didn't Bregman hit another home run?
Yeah. He has 12 now.
It's been tearing it up.
And J.D. Davis is a third baseman.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He had a bomb, too, right?
Yeah, he's having a fantastic year. They're both a Double-A corpus. Strike 3. Tough night for Moran. 4 punch outs and a double play ball. On the edge.
Yeah, baseball's not an easy game. Some nasty pitchers coming out of that bullpen these days. Whipping 96 miles an hour on edges. Does not make it fun.
Marwin Gonzalez, 227, 4 homers, 12 runs batted in, is up for the first time tonight. He's had 110 at-bats this year. Let's go back to May 11th with the Cleveland Indians in town.
That was a 16-inning game, I believe, and that was a rocket. Ended nicely for the Houston Astros, so he's got a flair for the dramatic. Why not here?
Scope at second, on over to Davis at first. We move to the 13th, and it's still tied 2-2. Scott Feldman there, the latest to pitch, went 2 innings, giving up 2 hits, no runs, walking 1, fanning 4, throwing 40 pitches, 27 for strikes. Now it's Michael Phillies, and he is going to be pitcher number 7 for the Astros tonight, Jeff Plum.
Yeah, Friday night he struck out 6 the 3 innings that he pitched in. Doing a great job here at home. That fastball command at 96 plus miles an hour has been fun to watch from Phillies. So got a nasty little slider to go with it.
Dylan Bundy is warming up for the Orioles as the 13th inning opens. With Phillies stretching for his 9th major league appearance of the year. First pitch is ball 1 to Mark Trumbo. Trumbo is hitless tonight. He's 0 for 5. 8 hits for the Orioles, 6 for the Astros. Fouls it back. It's 1-1 for Trumbo. Phillies in 17 innings has struck out 26. The batting average against him is .212. It's 1-2. And he's really broadened his selection of pitches as the season has moved along for Michael Phillies. He's another one of those guys who's been a starting pitcher in the past. Now 2-2. Well, the bullpen has been sensational for the Astros tonight and for the Orioles as well. 6 1/3 innings of scoreless relief for Astros pitchers. 5 hits allowed. And they've struck out. The entire Houston pitching staff tonight has 16 strikeouts. 3-2.
Could have called that.
Borderline. Foul back.
In this battle, Mike. Come on, Michael.
It's an interesting time as the Astros use Phillies here in the 13th inning, and look at all this promise and great stuff he brings to the mound. How's he going to be projected as a starter, as a reliever? A punch out on a foul tip opens the 13th.
Much to the delight of those sticking around. That's the third punch out in a row of Mark Trumbo.
Now Caleb Joseph is the batter. He's in the game as the catcher now. First time up for him, and he fouls it. There's strike one to Caleb Joseph. Matt Wieters was the starting catcher tonight. He had 2 hits and 5 at bats. Joseph is the 30-year-old backup from Franklin, Tennessee. 7th round pick of the Birds in 08. Check swing call goes Baltimore's way on the Jordan Baker safe sign. It's 1-1. Joseph, first of all, he came up to the big leagues in 2014. He had 246 at bats, and then 320 last year.
Throw it, Mike. Come on now, throw it. Come on.
2-1 to Joseph. And he's thrown well. He's done a very nice job. When Wieters has been hurt, he's played more.
Look up there, Bobby.
Catching position as the count goes to 2-2. That's highly sought these days for many major league organizations.
Come on, Mike.
Usually if there's a Caleb Joseph who is available to be the backup catcher, that's a position in high demand for all the organizations, and so it's tough to give somebody up like a Joseph in a deal if some proposal like that would come along. Close one, ball 3. It's a full count.
Oh man,
another borderline.
Yeah, that 10 o'clock strike zone, that would have been called.
Orbit, we understand. Let's see. Okay, he's letting Julia know that he needs food.
Wow.
And he wants those funnel cakes.
Ooh, no funnel cakes. They shut that down in the first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, but are they still open?
They are for you.
I didn't even know you were still here.
Struck him out looking. And Michael Feliz is still here. 18 punch outs for Astros pitchers.
Man, 96 with tilt. That is absolute filth. Caleb Joseph had thoughts of swinging, but that's just too nasty.
22-year-old Michael Feliz is attacking these Baltimore hitters. Pedro Alvarez next. Ball 1 to Alvarez. Alvarez homered in the 5th inning off starter Doug Fister of the Astros. That made it 1-0 Baltimore at the time. The Astros got a 2-run Valbuena homer in the 5th. In for a strike, 1-1. Then Manny Machado went deep in the 6th. Julia is still here, and she's working at the computer.
Is that live?
I'm tweeting.
Oh, you're tweeting.
Is it live?
Are you live right now?
I'm starving, but I'm hanging in there.
Okay. So that's really you.
That's me.
Right.
My Twitter game has been on point over here.
Well, some of those fans down by you are still into this game.
They've moved down, so they're really close to me.
Oh, yes.
Good grief.
Especially cowboy hat guy.
Yeah.
He's loud.
Foul back.
Cowboy hat guy.
Yeah. We've got to get you one of those, Plummer, before you go back to California.
And cover up this loaf?
Yeah. That's true. That's true. You're not allowed to wear hats.
Maybe they could make it like a visor and just have the brim of the cowboy hat.
A new fashion trend.
There we go.
What a 13th inning for Michael Phillies, striking out the side, and these fans are pumped. It is 2-2. Who's coming up for the Astros in the 13th? Number 9 hitter Tony Kemp, then Springer, then Altuve. We go to the bottom of the 13th. Julia Morales is getting ready to go back to work, and she's been all over this ballpark. She was chasing down funnel cakes. See, there she was.
That was a long time ago.
So long ago.
It was 3 hours ago at least.
And you had your white shoes on then. What color shoes do you have on now?
They're still white. They're still on. I picked a really bad night to wear the new shoes.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of walking, but hopefully you can get some rest soon. Dylan Bundy, though, wants to prolong this game. In 12 games, he has a 4.58 ERA, a 1.58 whip. The 16 strikeouts ties the franchise record set in 62 for the Astros. There's ball one to Tony Kemp. That's by the Astros bullpen, 16 strikeouts. Doug Fister had 3. So the total is 19 for Houston pitching tonight. So that 16 strikeouts by the bullpen, that hasn't been done since the very first year of the Houston franchise. The Colt 45s did it in a game 1962. Back in the Hal Woodashik era. Bundy pops one and gets a call. 2 balls and a strike. Tony Kemp walked in the 5th inning. He's 0 for 3. In for a strike. 2-2 now to Kemp. Very good night for Michael Gibbons. 2 1/3 innings of perfect baseball with 4 strikeouts. Just foul.
That's what you call being on point.
Yes.
I'm glad somebody's enjoying themselves.
I wasn't excited enough earlier in the evening about something, and I got called out. And so this is me being excited.
Good.
About everything.
Kemp with a fly ball, backs up Jones. Jones still going back, way back into center field. That's in for extra bases. Here's Kemp racing around second. He's headed for third. He's going to stop there with a triple. The little guy cranks one up to deep center and catches Adam Jones playing shallow. He unloads with a leadoff triple.
How dare you play the little fella shallow? TK with a bomb to center field. Adam Jones playing well shallow, but gets a good fastball middle, and Tony Kemp doesn't miss it. Squares it up nicely. Still enough strength in that body to drive it over the head of Adam Jones for a leadoff triple. Big leadoff hit. It's a good thing Adam Jones got that ball in, or else this game might have been over with.
Now here's an intentional walk to George Springer. Altuve will be batting. So Dylan Bundy allowing that leadoff triple now. He's giving Springer the free pass. Springer has 3 hits and a walk tonight. And Altuve has hit in tough luck tonight. He's 0 for 5. He's lined out twice with men on base, and in fact, a couple of men in scoring position.
Yeah, that's a pretty good view of it, because you see Adam Jones was fumbling around with it, trying to get it back in, and there you go. That was a good time. That's on point.
Now they're going to walk Altuve intentionally to load the bases for Carlos Correa with nobody out. That will set up a force at any base, and Jake Marisnick would be due up next.
Tell you what, Buck Showalter does not fear the intentional walk. Remember when he was managing the Arizona Diamondbacks, he intentionally walked Barry Bonds with the bases loaded.
Good point. Yeah, and he still won the game, didn't he?
Yep.
I think it was Matt Williams coming up next, and he hit a ball hard, but it went for the final out.
Crazy. But this is obviously to set up the forced play at home plate.
Well, and somewhat understandable, too, because Altuve is not somebody they want to face here, even though he hasn't had a hit in 3 games.
And Springer had 3 hits on the night, swinging the bat quite well.
So it'll be Correa. Correa tonight 0 for 5. He lined out to second in the 8th inning when the Astros had a runner at 3rd and 2 outs. And now Tyler White has come out to the on-deck circle with Marisnick due up next.
A.J. Hinch has got to put everything into this inning right here to score that run, push it across, win this ball game. Buck Showalter just went out to the mound to reassure his infield that their play is at home plate to cut off that winning run. That is the priority. As much as you'd like to get 2 outs on 1 ground ball, you do not want that run to cross home plate.
In the dirt, ball 1.
Dylan Bundy pitching himself into a maddening situation.
Carlos Correa had a walk-off hit last August 18th against Tampa Bay. Foul ball. Let's look at it in the 13th inning.
Just find some open space. That's all you're looking for. That was a good AB going the other way, too.
Into center field, and that will win it. Carlos Correa gives the Astros the win, 3-2 in the 13th. That snaps a 4-game losing streak. And Correa comes through after a triple and 2 intentional walks. Tony Kemp scores the game winner in the 13th.
All set up with that leadoff triple from Tony Kemp. Drawing that outfield, drive it over their head, force the hand of Buck Showalter to walk the bases loaded. And then another great AB by Carlos Correa, not giving up on the game tonight. Had a couple of line drives in key situations with runners in scoring position, but this time comes through nicely.
7 scoreless innings since they had gotten the Valbuena 2-run homer in the 5th, and now here in the 13th they find the formula to victory. Game-winning single by Correa, his 21st RBI of the year. And something to celebrate for the Astros, who have had tough losses lately. They came in with a 17-28 record. It took 4 hours and 24 minutes before the walk-off by Correa. Second walk-off home win for the Astros this season. In 13, they win it 3-2.